here for Star Shadows.
That you are, MCH. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, I knew it was coming because I saw the notification on Twitch. Just because I really was watching a different stream.
Fair enough. And welcome to everyone else who may or may not be here for this stream this evening. I did, in fact, finish West of Loathing last week. So it's time to move on.
Time for the prequel, basically.
You mean the sequel?
Technically, because the MMO original, but yeah.
Ah, Infinity Storm redeemed Little Goblin knows best. Technically, there are no usual goblins here. MCH, you want to field this one?
What do you mean by that? I needed to tune into the stream.
The Little Goblin knows best channel point reward is technically supposed to be something for Dawning Winds, Guzmania, Lone Garurumon, or Midorikawa, and it basically means that they can select from any of the other channel point rewards and say, do this one.
Okay. Well, I can be a goblin when I want sometimes too, so I guess that works. Let me look at your channel point rewards real fast.
In the interim, let me go over some of the options here. So can display, can credits. I'm gonna lower the volume a bit again because, you know, again, I know that the volume in these games can be kind of noisy or kind of loud. Display is fine.
Upside down.
Upside down. Alright, so we're starting the game upside down. This is gonna be fun.
Like, actually, though, that's why I chose it.
Oh yeah, I know. Let me find my Switch. And let me flip that upside down. There we go.
But yeah, first game in the Loathing-verse. Second one that isn't an MMO.
Yes, and let me just talk about this real quick. The series name, or the stream series name, and don't worry, I'm not counting this towards my 5 minutes of Upside Down. But I do think that it is kind of fitting that my previous series was known as Wacky and Wild West for West of Loathing, and this one is known as Sinister Shadows. And
alliterative appeal.
Well, it's alliterative appeal, but it also is, it also does kind of reflect the tone change of the game.
Yeah.
Right, because the West of Loathing game was God, this is a pain. Especially since I don't have my left thumb. But anyway, but there is a pretty substantial tone change between West of Loathing.
It makes sense. This is based off film noir. And
yes.
As well.
And that, again, that does make a certain degree of sense, because, as, you know, again, West of Loathing was based on the Wild West, right? And this is decidedly based more on the noir era. Or, more accurately...
And, like,
go ahead.
And Kingdom is based off, like, high fantasy.
Well, yeah, but...
we'll get there eventually.
Maybe, yeah. So, alright, we start out this game upside... well, we start out this game upside down, but there's apparently a very strong wind that's knocked a newspaper into my face. And I'm having a little difficulty navigating because of that. Well, I'm also having difficulty navigating because... oops. I'm upside down.
And we're upside down as well.
And this, by the way, might be one of the reasons why MCH wanted me to do this upside down. You can actually game over. And this I knew, by the way. Right? You can actually, and I'll show this right side up. You can actually game over from the cart.
Yeah. It's funny, you gamed over before the game even began.
Strictly speaking, yes. And you can even say... Go ahead.
Does that add to your defeat count then?
Oh yeah, it should, shouldn't it? Where is... We'll count it. I suppose I should also mention, again, just for those wondering what the hell the deal is with this no left thumb challenge, this. This is why this is a no left thumb challenge.
Yep.
Because some idiot needs an idiot-proof device on his dominant arm to prevent him from being a stupid and exasperating the injury that he is facing.
Yeah, I wonder what kind of idiot needs that.
This one. Alright, let's flip this back right side up, shall we? Because I want to show some of this stuff actually in right side up.
Gotcha.
Also, I think it has been roughly 5 minutes. Maybe not, but
yeah,
only so much I can do when I'm out here. Now, you're supposed to go into the diner. Right? You are. That's your goal here. But if you try, so you start here, and if you try to go all the way to the left, it says you can't see anything interesting in that direction. Actually, you can't see anything at all with this magazine stuck to your face. And if you walk past the diner, and keep in mind, you are walking counter to the wind, you hear the sounds of a diner behind you. Maybe someone there can help you with your little magazine on the face problem. Or I could give up. And it just takes you... I don't think this counts as a... Does this count as a defeat?
No, it shouldn't.
No, because I don't actually die. It's just literally giving up and saying, screw it. I don't want to go in the diner.
Yeah.
But it does take you right back to the main menu. Which will start you all over again. And yeah, this is the only place you can go where that'll happen. Oh no, poor unnamed character, we hardly knew ye.
Is that gonna be a number 2, or is that...
Yeah.
Just a...
Yeah. I won't do it again.
I just thought that's a thing.
Oh yeah, look. So again, this game, again, it does have a much darker tone than West of Loathing itself did. But it does have some of the same humor and idiocy.
It's still a Loathing-verse game.
It's still a Loathing game. So alright, let's actually do what we're supposed to do. This smells like a diner, and it smells like they're open. Hopefully they don't have a no shirt, no shoes, magazine stuck to your face, no service sign posted. I couldn't see one way or another. Go inside. Alright, stumble around like an idiot. You shouldn't bother anybody until you get this magazine off your face. Smells like... pie? I'm not looking at you until you wipe that look off your face. The copy of Look magazine that's stuck to your face. Bathroom's in the back.
Look, that's a good one.
Yes. She points over to the right, as far as you know. I mean, yeah, I don't know why she thinks pointing is going to work. You can feel a little sign...
It's like you can't see anything. You got a magazine on your face.
Exactly. You can feel a little sign here, but you can't see what it says. Probably instructions for what to do in case of magazine-related emergencies. Nightingale welcomes all travelers. You shouldn't bother anybody till you get magazine off your face. Is this table occupied? You can't be sure until you get this I feel like I'm supposed to get this magazine off my face.
Yeah.
Try coffee. You'll like it eventually. Which is fantastic. I mean, I never did. So I stopped drinking it and started drinking tea instead. But look, I get it. There's some kind... Yeah, there's some kind of big glass and metal box here, but you can't actually see what it is. Shouldn't bother anybody until you get this magazine off your face.
Try coffee. You'll like it eventually.
It's the bathroom? Probably. Go inside. You blunder your way into the bathroom and eventually find the sink. After fumbling with the faucet for a while, you manage to disentangle yourself from the magazine. You stare into the mirror, revealing... Oh my god, character customization of a sort. So you'll recall there were basically only two faces for the characters in West of Loathing. The bald male face and this first female face. Well, now we actually have some more options, and I'd be a complete doofus to not use at least one of them.
You're gonna use the monokill guy?
That is a thought. I would be, See, here's the thing, right? I've got a last name, which MCH here suggested.
Hi.
I don't have a first, I asked around for some first names with the initial M, and I've got some that work better as male.
Female.
I mean, some that work as female, some that work as male. So I was gonna leave it up to whoever the heck is in voice chat with me to decide. So MCH, I guess that's you.
Melina.
No, I don't mean I mean, I've got the names ready for male and female. I just have to decide if I'm going to be male or female.
Oh, female then.
Alright, which face should I use then?
The one with the bun.
Which one is that?
Last one.
The last one. Okay, so that one. There you are.
Yep.
Alright, so hooray, this is me, and if we go to my inventory, you see I've got Arlington the Mockingbird in my luggage. Boy, it really is a good thing they don't have a no shirt, no shoes, no service, because I'm not wearing shoes. In fact, I'm not wearing anything. No hat, no weapon, no offhand, no accessory, ring, pants, or shoes. But yeah, no, I can't unpack because unpacking in a diner seems like a bad idea. Just like West of Loathing, you still have the M stats, Muscle, Mysticality, and Moxie. You start out with 1 in each of those. 10 HP is your HP, and then you have 1 AP. Unlike...
Those are the core free stats in all 3 games, yeah.
Exactly so, yes. Unlike West of... So, equipment is a little bit different in Shadows over Loathing compared to West of Loathing. Still got hats, still has offhands, it's got accessories instead of lapel embellishments, which, let's face it, are kind of the same thing. Ring and pants and shoes are the same, but you now have a familiar. No, you're not Octane Hyperion. I started not that long ago, and we're really just... I hadn't even given this character a name yet.
We fiddled around with the title screen and died on the title screen.
We did, which is fantastic. I love that you can do this.
Yeah.
But Arlington the Mockingbird here, right? When you were 4 years old, Arlington flew in your bedroom window and refused to leave. He's been with you as a familiar ever since. So you'll see that he's got his own stats. 1 muscle, 1 mysticality, 1 moxie, and 5 HP. And then he, or she actually, well, no, it does say he increases your muscle, mysticality, and moxie every round of combat as long as he's alive. So familiars, hello Normans. Familiars are basically an extra... it's a non-combat... Well, okay, not always non-combat, but it's just another member of your party that will have various benefits, and, you know, just like hats and weapons and everything like that, there are multiple of them in the game. It's just Arlington is the one that you start out with. I will point out, so if we go to equipped, weapons are very, very, very different than they were in West of Loathing. In West of Loathing, they actually had a difference, like 2 different categories for melee weapons and ranged weapons. Man, this seems a little late in the year to have prom Normans. Like about a month late for that, but okay. Did you have a good time? But anyway, as I was saying, so weapons do function differently, right? So you'll actually have 3 different kinds of weapons. You'll still have melee and ranged weapons, so, you know, like knives and bats and shit are melee. And then you've got guns and pistols and things like that are ranged, but you'll also have magical weapons. Things like spatulas and tongs and I think a garlic press, right? Because don't forget that in the Loathing universe, cooking and magic are basically the same thing. So each of those different types of weapons uses one of your stats. The melee weapon uses your muscle. The shadow. So we will definitively see a lot more evidence of this as the game progresses. But Shadows over Loathing is, in fact, a sequel to West of Loathing. Certainly exists in the same universe. So, West of Loathing was in, I want to say, 1895. This game is in 1928 or 1929, one of those two. So it's right before, it's during the Roaring Twenties, during Prohibition, and before the market crash, before the Great Depression. So the current president...
Also, if you're interested in this, Norman, there is an MMO that's been ongoing for 20 years that this series spawned off of.
Yes, but I don't know how directly Kingdom Over Loathing actually relates to either of those games. Or either of these games.
Well, I do. Because, like, they got challenge runs they had every 3 months, and to celebrate the sequel's releases, they actually had a whole year of adding quests related to both of them.
Fair enough. Anyway, our options are now significantly more detailed, right? So you'll see that we've still got all of the volume ones over there and speed options there. Now we have, so you may, well, okay, one thing I didn't technically show, but that was in West of Loathing, was the hard hat, which was the only way to change the difficulty. Which would basically use up your hat slot and put the game in difficult mode, or in hard mode. Here you can actually change it, right? You've got easy, relaxed, normal, hard, and 11. I will be playing the game at normal difficulty, because that's what I did in West of Loathing 2.
You don't want to turn it up to 11?
No. I have... There's such a thing called pacifist mode, which grays out options that would result in combat, so you can play this purely pacifistic without doing any form of combat. That does mean that there are certain things you will not be able to do. Then you've got invert y-axis, which I'll never do. High dynamic range rendering, of course we want that. We want this black and white stick figure art to be as high dynamic as possible. Then you've got ooh, with the haunted option. Uh-oh. Where did it go? It's gone. MCH, what happened?
You clicked the haunted option and it disappeared on us.
Ooh, spooky. In-game time, skip confirmations. I tend to think that it's actually better to have that. Then you have arachnophobia and arachnophilia. Arachnophobia makes it so that you won't encounter any spider enemies, which does remove at least one location from the map, and that location actually has someone somewhat important in it. I also don't mind spiders, especially not the cartoonish spiders in this game. Like, I didn't mind the bones in West of Loathing, and there were a fuck ton of bones in West of Loathing. And I've got a phobia of bones. So I'll tell you what we are going to do, is we're going to go with arachnophilia. We will encounter so many spiders. And then there's
the spiders.
Yeah, there's arachnophonia, but I'm not going to do that because that just replaces all combat noises with spiders. I like having the unique combat noises. I swear there was another option. Say that again?
That is a funny option, though.
Oh, it's hilarious. So, your fiancé might hate this game, but she could just play it in arachnophobia mode. Which, again, you won't encounter any spiders. And again, when you actually see the spiders, they're not like... They're cartoonish things.
Yeah, that's kind of the series style.
Yep. Alright, so let's now... Well, first of all, right? Oh, they've got one of those new meat-operated multi-selection phonographs. You'd be evil.
I'd be evil?
Okay, this is also a game where you can 100% be evil, but again, you'll see. We should encounter some if I can actually get out of this damn diner. We should encounter some spiders at some point. Anyway, there's a jukebox, and there actually is something in the coin return: 1 meat, which is good. Let's talk to these two. A couple of older folks are having an animated discussion. Well, one of them is. Listen in. Humph! The way these young women act these days, with their short hair and their sassy talk and their dresses that don't even cover their ankles. It's scandalous. And those dances they do, flailing around like I don't know what. I'd have thought Prohibition would have put the kibosh on that sort of tomfoolery. But no, sir. Can't imagine dancing a waltz to the music they're playing nowadays, though. And that's the problem right there. This newfangled jazz music with all the drums and clarinets and such. What kind of word is that anyway? Jazz! I think our cups got switched. You're supposed to be drinking decaf. I can't resist the old bag voice.
True.
These two are still ranting about the problems with the problem with kids these days. Well, one of them is. Alright, so these are the old people complaining about kids these days. What about... Okay, some petty vandal has scratched the name Dan Bob into the surface of this table. Let's talk... let's talk to the youths of today. A couple of young women are chatting breezily over coffee. Talk to them. Hey, kitten, what town is this? Poughkeepsie. Are you two traveling? Yeah, Ocean City's turning into a real sawmill, so we boosted our Jelly Beans Breezer for Weekend World to the hot potato. Oh, bourgeois, you make it sound like we went south with it. I flew him a kite. Everything's Jake. I fucking love this slang. Jeez, I'm pretty sure I'm only 3 or 4 years older than you two, but I barely understand what you're saying. What are you, a cancel stamp? Go put some pepper in your shoes. Should I put some pepper in my shoes?
I feel this with the Gen Z dialect that's going on, like the Gen Z, late Gen Z, early Gen Alpha dialect.
Okay, but here's the funny thing. I'm pretty sure most of this shit is actual 1920s slang.
I know. There was a similar game I played where it harkened back to our era of slang, like the late 90s, early 2000s. Because they mentioned stuff like get wrecked and pwned and stuff like that.
I mean, Ace Attorney had, what was it?
Well, to be fair, that was when that slang was still new, because that game got localized in 2005.
Yeah, I suppose that's fair. Alright, sign says meat only, no credit. So it didn't have what to do in case of a magazine-related emergency. These cases contain 3 pies, which is exactly 3 pies more than you can afford. This guy here looks perplexed. This man is concentrating very hard on his coffee. Let's talk to him. Hey there, is there something particularly interesting about that coffee? It's my first one. Of the day? No, it's my first coffee ever. How is the
Pretty
hand
sure he's
doing?
gonna become Godot.
He might. How's the hand doing? The hand... Okay, so actually good news. I had my second occupational therapy appointment this evening, and I'm starting to gain... Like, actually letting the damn thing rest is having the desired effect. I am starting to regain some range of motion, and she was able to work the muscles in my arm a lot more than she was last week. My occupational therapist, that is. We added in a bunch more exercises, not just for the wrist, but also for the shoulders as well, so that when I do start taking off this splint, I'll have a strengthened upper arm to help take some of the pressure off the wrist, and we're basically rebuilding the fundamentals of the arm from the ground up. But it's going okay. Anyway, let's hear what this guy has to think about his first coffee. I think it's a bad beverage. It's bitter and it makes my stomach hurt. Ah, well, it's not for everybody, I suppose. Yeah, I think I'll have another one after this, though. And then maybe every morning for the rest of my life. That sounds like the vast majority of coffee drinkers, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, enjoy. Alright, so let's talk to...
Because I won't enjoy coffee. I won't enjoy coffee.
Yeah. Let's talk to the bar... Not the bartender, the cafe lady, who looks suspiciously like me. Well, now, that looks much better. I'm Ethel. So enter a first name. Since I am playing as a female, and I am me, of course. So this is not a goblin. This is a return of MCH. MCH is MCH. So Dawning and Guzmania are the goblins. Then you've got LG and Midori, who are the backup goblins. MCH was the emergency goblin earlier today, when somebody who I assume was here for the first time redeemed a little goblin knows best. You'll note that I have since, I've since turned off that particular option so that nobody else does that by mistake, because a lot of times people who are just coming by a channel see a 30-point channel point reward and they're like, oh hey, this looks fun, I wonder what this is, and push the button without reading the description. So MCH was an emergency goblin, but such is life. Hopefully,
a good friend of his. We've known each other for 11 years now.
A while, yeah. Because you've been MCH and I, of course, met on Bulba Garden.
You were.
Yeah, you were on Bulba Garden before I was. A lot of people were.
Apps was as well.
Yes. Alright. So a female M name. I'm trying to debate between Margaret and Mildred.
I'd say Margaret to be your tiebreaker.
I was going sort of in that direction too. Both are MASH reference names. Margaret was Major Houlihan.
I was thinking Margaret because Frankenstein.
Okay.
And the famous film adaptation of Frankenstein came out around this time.
Margarita. Not Margarita! This is Prohibition era. There are no margaritas.
Unless you're a bootlegger, but we don't talk about them.
Well... Alright, so as for the last name, MCH, Would you care to tell everybody what last name you came up with?
Eckleburg. It's a
And
reference to The Great Gatsby, the film, I mean, the book set in the 1920s about the Prohibition era. So it's
exactly
perfect.
so. So the eyes of T.J. Eckleburg.
Which played a very important role in that book.
That they did. And it's a good last name. Like it beats any of the last names that I was thinking about. God, I hate keyboards. Or I hate keyboard style. Um, like anything
Controls
that would
when they're not
require me
actually
to use my
keyboards.
left thumb.
You hate keyboards when they're not actually a keyboard, basically.
Yeah, I mean, even at this point, regular keyboards. Can you imagine having this clunky ass thing and I'm trying to type on a keyboard?
Yeah, I've done it before. I'm not even joking either.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. Okay, yeah, so it's T.J. Eckleburg, I think, with the U.
Yeah, I think it was.
It's been a while since I read The Great Gatsby, but an excellent, excellent reference. Anyway, pleased to meet you, Margaret Eckleburg. What can I get for you? Can I get a cup of coffee? Sure can. Best cup of coffee in the state, if I may say so myself. That'll be one meat. Great. To go, please. Ethel pours you a steaming hot cup of fresh black Java. Got an item, the diner coffee. Spent one meat, so now I'm back to 0 meat. What a good use of
Good
money,
thing you
right?
found it.
Hmm?
Good thing you found it.
Yes, a very good thing that I start digging through coin return slots. Alright, so anything else, hon? Does the bus to Ocean City pick up here? Sure does. Should be here any minute. Good thing, too. I hear we're in for rain tonight. What takes you to Ocean City? Well, my uncle lives there. I got a letter from him. He wants me to help him with something. That's a reason, hon, but it's somebody else's reason. What's your reason? Ethel locks eyes with you. Alright, so the options here are I just really want to help. I got in some trouble back home. I'm searching for something, just seeking my fortune, or mind your own business, Ethel. If you click on I just really want to help, it gives you a couple of options, right? Of course, Izzy's family, after all, or everybody who needs help deserves it, but let's go back. Actually, I have a different reason. Got into some trouble back home. You can beat up a phone booth, shoot a parking meter, started a fire in a mailbox. Searching for something. Do you know what you're looking for? No, that's the problem. Just trying to find myself, I guess, or something dark. No. Just seeking my fortune, money, fame, or having lots of stuff. So it's basically when you went out of your family farm and you were talking to Rufus. It's basically that, except each of these gives you, including mind your own business, Ethel, gives you a specific perk. But I found a secret. If you look at and back out of an option several times, you'll see something pop up. And I've played through this game, I want to say twice before. So I did 2 quick playthroughs of this game while I was streaming West of Loathing, because, you know, again, West of Loathing is a kind of game where you can accidentally lock yourself out of a lot of shit by complete accident and not know that you did it. So I won't pretend to be nearly as much of an expert on Shadows over Loathing as I am about West of Loathing, but I at least try to test some stuff, and I see that this option came up. I've never done it before, but I think it'll fit my playthrough. I flipped a fucking coin. It came up heads. Really? You grab a coin from the counter and flip it. It comes up heads. Yep. You got a perk. Agent of Chaos. Okay, that sounds fun. And of
That
course,
sounds like the guy whose username has Maniacal in it, so...
it does. Giggle and walk away, titter and walk. No, we're fucking cackling and walking away. And you can't talk to her. Well, you can talk to her again, but there's nothing else she can do. Alright, let's see. So again, basic humanity, 1 muscle, 1 mysticality, 1 moxie. Agent of Chaos is a perk. Things are less predictable when you're involved. Let's actually go to basic skills. Well, yeah. Basic skills, which I have not unlocked yet. It's Strong Back for 1 extra muscle, Quick Wit for 1 extra mysticality, Fashion Sense for 1 moxie, and Good Eyesight for 20% extra item drops and 20% extra meat drops. So those are all incredibly useful, but also incredibly generic. You will note we have not chosen a character class yet, and we won't for quite some time. Alright.
But yeah. Want to hear a trivia about why meat is the currency and enemies drop it?
That's a very good question. Why is meat the currency in this game?
It's because it's meant to be a joke on how a way to justify the fact that in JRPGs and like the original Kingdom Overloading, how enemies you defeat would drop money.
Would drop money. Yes, that actually makes a good amount of sense. What would some kind of monster be doing with gold coins?
And since the first game was High Fantasy inspired, they wanted to go all in on making fun of JRPG tropes, so...
Makes perfect sense to me. Anyway, we've talked to that silly little person behind the counter over there, and she told us that the bus to Ocean City was going up soon. So let's go out and wait for it. And now, over half an hour into the stream, we are finally getting to the prologue, where we're sitting on the bus. And there's another lady on the bus, and I pull out a letter. You pull out the letter you got from Uncle Murray and read it again. Murray Morris, C.O. Murray's Antiques, 111 Plunkett Street, Ocean City. Dear Margaret, I hope this letter finds you well, and I hope it finds you quickly. Something quite serious has happened, and I need the help of your adventuresome spirit. Come to my shop in Ocean City as soon as you are able, please. Your Uncle Murray. Now then, you may remember a couple of...
You and me both.
What?
About the Homestar Run.
No.
The Homestar Runner business.
No, not strong bad, strong back. Not strong mad or strong sad either.
Or strong mad.
I said strong mad or strong sad.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, like I was saying, a couple of streams ago when I was streaming West Loathing, I told y'all to remember the name Murray Morris. He was the guy that we found in the Lost Dutch Oven Mines in West of Loathing. And we sent him to Dirtwater after putting that El Vibrato Hoojamajiggets around his head. We sent him over to Dirtwater, and he created Murray's Curiosity and Bean, which was one of the shops in Dirtwater. So he's actually...
Ocean City.
Well, now he's in Ocean City. But it's, you know, again, it's 40-some-odd years later. Or 30-some-odd years later. Almost 40 years later. Compared to when that one was. So people move in 40 years, you know. Anyway, this is the same Murray Morris that we rescued from the Lost Dutch Oven Mine. And now he's running an antique shop in Ocean City. Which, by the way, if you couldn't tell from the Poughkeepsie reference earlier, Ocean City is based on Atlantic City, New Jersey.
With this game, it's also partly inspired by a certain author known for writing coastal stories.
Anyway, let's put this stupid letter away. Hey, wait, where'd that fucking clown come from? I wonder if it's one of those demon clowns related to Barnaby Bob. No, as far as I know, that clown doesn't actually do shit. You're just about to go mad from the monotony of this ride when the bus suddenly judders to a stop. You look out the window expecting to see the sights and sounds and smells of Ocean City, but instead you see an endless expanse of extremely wet trees. Uh-oh. What the perfarkle's going on here? W. Willis & Co. bus lines take a joyride. What this bus lacks in comfort it makes up for in unreliability. Let's go wandering off
Drink
like a
Red
doofus.
Cola.
What?
Drink Red Cola, protect your family.
We'll get there. Anyway, let's go wandering around. Like a doofus. You wouldn't make a dog walk 6 miles in this rain no matter how bad it wanted to. Alright, let's go this way then. Probably you should ask the bus driver what's going on instead of just wandering off aimlessly. I feel like I should just wander off aimlessly into the night. Wandering off aimlessly into the night is the smart thing to do. Well, it probably isn't. But anyway, we'll get to this sign about drinking red cola protecting your family in just a bit. Because that is a reference to something that comes up multiple times in this game. Yeah, Ocean City 6 miles. So the bus somehow broke down 6 miles out from Ocean City. What kind of stupid farfel munchin' bus was this? Hey, bus driver, what the hell's going on around here? And I can stop talking like...
Take a joyride, it says.
Yes, I can stop talking like old bag now, I'm pretty sure. It's the bus driver. Talk to him. What's going on? This doesn't look like Ocean City. Nope. Sorry about this, but we're out of gas. Aw, geez. Didn't you fill up before we left? I filled up the bus, but this trip takes exactly 1 full tank of gas. Hands you an empty gas tank. An empty gas can. You get an item, empty gas can, plus 1 additional can. Alright, so why the fuck didn't you fill up that can while you were at it? Swell. Why do I have to go get it? Well, I'd go myself, except for 2 reasons. Those being, firstly being, as I'm the bus driver, I'm legally responsible for this bus, and I gotta keep an eye on it. And secondly, because of my leg. Well, what's wrong with your leg? It's attached to a fella that doesn't want to go wandering around in the rain at night. Well, alright then, but fuck you. Guess I haven't got much of a choice. Can I borrow your umbrella at least? This is a left-handed umbrella. Well, guess what, motherfucker? I'm left-handed. Ah, but you aren't registered to my umbrella insurance. Actually, Bud, the correct thing to say is yes, but your left hand is currently in a giant-ass splint, and you probably can't grab the umbrella with your left hand right now. But yes, nuts. Sorry about that. Here, I do have a flashlight you can use, though. Good luck. Alright, so we got a flashlight. And we can wander around and you can see... Where's my inventory? It's R. We do, in fact, have an empty gas can and the diner coffee. Paper cup of fresh black coffee. It smells better than any coffee you've ever had on this trip. It's a potion. Let's drink it, shall we? Good grief, this coffee smells good. You can't bring yourself to drink it because you might really need some coffee later. Well, okay, later then. If you open this thing in the rain, all your stuff will get wet. Fine. But alright, so drink...
Just laughing, that's all.
Yeah. Drink red cola, an old billboard from before the war. Hey look, Helco gas. Gas pump is empty. This pump is full of water instead of gas. There's a little bit of gas left in this pump, but there's no hose in it. 6 and 17/64 meat per gallon, now with extra lead. Seems like just yesterday the gas only cost 6 and 15/64 meat a gallon. Those were the days.
God.
Station seems to have run out of service. It's a service station. Krutzinger Automotive, established in 1919. Alright, well, let's go inside, shall we? It's a filling station. Either they're out of postcards or the scenery around here is invisible. Empty oil cans, a whole pyramid of them. Hey, there's a baseball bat here. There's an old baseball bat leaning against the wall here. So let's grab it. And you'll see that's automatically equipped. It is a melee weapon, a classic dirt water slugger. With this, you can either take somebody out to the ball game, or just take them out. Deals your muscle +1 physical damage. Very nice. Now we have a weapon. There's one object left on the snack shelf. Take it. A cheese loaf. Ew, nobody in their right mind would consider this vile substance a snack. Box of cheese loaf brand pasteurized spreadable cheese food product. Modern technology has done some extremely revolting things. Increases your moxie by 1 until you eat something else.
True.
It's weird that the cash register is pointed towards the front of the store. A little bit. Loot it. Mostly empty, but you find some loose change. 7 meat.
Nice.
Spark
Eat
plugs
the
used
cheese.
then. Not yet. I will. So, every item, well, every edible. So, okay. This is where I should mention food works differently. Like consuming things, you still have food and booze and potions, just like you did in West of Loathing. But there are no longer the G stats, right? There's no more grit, gumption, or glamour. At most, at absolute most, you can only have the effect of one of each of those going on at a time. So as soon as you eat something else, you remove the effect of whatever else it was or whatever you had eaten before that. With this prologue, you have to be very careful about how you adjust your stats, your M stats, and when you adjust them. If you want, I mean, technically speaking, you really don't have to, but if you want to get everything there is to get in this area, which you will never be able to come back to, you need to be careful about when and where you adjust your stats. Anyway, spark plugs, use them. This sign says employees only. Are you an employee? Yes. Really? You never mentioned working at a gas station. Yes, really. Well, okay, if you say so. Go through. Here
Thanks,
we are.
narrator.
Yes, thank you, narrator. It's a broken radio. If a broken radio can still be considered nice, this is a pretty nice radio. A desk, presumably optimized for doing gasoline-related business. Search. 4 of the drawers contain nothing but old receipts and pencil stubs. The 5th is locked. Well, that sucks. This shelf smells like axle grease and old paint, probably because that's what's on it. This shelf is laden with miscellaneous electrical widgets and doodads. I don't have use for any of them, though. This shelf is full of old personnel files. Look up Margaret Eckleburg. I'll be darned, here's your file. You do work here. You got an item, gas station personnel file. Sorry I ever doubted you. 5 XP. Hooray! This is your personnel file from the abandoned gas station you work at. Nothing else I can do with it, right? Even clicking A on it doesn't do anything. Of course, you can only get that if you tell the narrator you are an employee. Each object you examine on this shelf is dirtier and more boring than the one you looked at before. Alright, so what's back here? Looks like this is the control for that car lift thing. Press it, nothing happens, it must not have power. Oops. Stand clear of the lift before operating, Steve. You really want to know the story behind the sign. Must have happened before I got here. But if you take a look at this, right, it's some kind of weird machine. Figure it out. 3 mysticality. So there is one thing that requires 3 mysticality, one thing that requires 3 muscle, and one thing that requires, I want to say 3 moxie. So again, you must be careful about when and where you alter your stats. But yes, blame Steve. Always blame Steve. Or control him with the I mean, I was going to say you can control him with the Millennium Rod.
Oh, that.
Yeah. This old flivver looks promising as a source of gas, but you can't reach up while it's on the lift. All right, take a look here. It's a big tool chest, but all of the good tools have already been stolen. Fuse box.
I was gonna go for your old joke of who you always blame on the war room.
Well,
blame Zeki.
Yeah, Steve the accountant was blamed for everything. Yeah, that makes sense. As advertised, this is a box containing 1 fuse. However, the fuse is broken, which is probably not intended. Should keep an eye out for a replacement. Must be one around here somewhere. Well, I recall there was a shelf with some kind of electrical doodadery over here. Shelf is laden with miscellaneous electrical widgets and doodads. Look for a fuse. Dig through the boxes and find a single unblown fuse. Hooray! So we put the fuse in the fuse box. And now we push the button. You should stand clear of the lift too, Margaret. Darn it! But it's just Steve that's supposed to steer clear. Anyway, this car is missing its gas tank, but there is a big glass of gasoline in the cup holder. What the fuck? Pour it into your can. So you got a 1/3 full gas can. Hooray! We're 1/3 of the way there, right?
Wrong.
Very much so wrong. Alright. So now it says Finnegan's optional boxing gym. You don't have to fight if you don't want to, but if you don't fight, you're probably going to get decked in the eye just like this guy did. I'm not sure what this is a reference to, but I'm sure it's a reference to something. Hey, look, a lady.
Maybe Punch Out.
Could be. A miserable-looking hitchhiker is standing in the rain, listlessly sticking out her thumb. Talk to her. Hi there. Her head turns very slowly to face you, and her eyes don't quite meet yours. Can you give me a lift? I need to get to Albany. Sorry, I'm going the other way. Oh. Also, I don't have a car. Oh. What's your name? I'm Margaret. Lydia. Nice to meet you, Lydia. Although I admit the circumstances aren't great. ... So, what's in Albany? Do you have family there? No. I just want to go somewhere new. Albany isn't new, though. It's one of the oldest cities in the country. ... Haha. ... Okay, that's fair. Do you know where I can get some gas?
God.
Gas?
You're boring her with your jokes.
I might be, yeah. The bus I was on ran out, and the driver sent me to find some more. Bus? Yeah, I'm trying to get to Ocean City. I've never been there. Well, okay then. How about this rain, huh? Lydia looks very slightly surprised and glances around slowly. Oh. It's raining. Yeah, sure is. What a night to be stuck out on the road, right? I hadn't noticed. I get the feeling you aren't much of a noticer. ... Well, anyway, seen any good movies lately? I saw Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde at the Nickelodeon. Oh, that's a classic. What did you think? It was very scary. I liked it. I prefer comedies myself. Have you seen the new Buster Keaton one, the cameraman? I don't know who that is. Oh, he's great. You have to see Sherlock Jr. That's my favorite. ... Really terrific. Boy, it seems like we're not connecting on much. Read any good books lately? I read The Invisible Man. It was really good. Oh, yeah, H.G. Wells is great. Have you read his new one? War in the Air? I didn't care for it. The one I was thinking of is Mr. Something on Something Island. I forget the name, but it was terrible. His early works are his best. Like The Time Machine. Yeah, I loved that one. I'm glad we were able to find something we could connect on, Lydia. ... So, ... Alright, okay, but... Nothing else happens.
Suddenly this conversation becomes playing Gen 2 and fighting Red.
That was the name of your character when you did the whole Blame Steve the Accountant. Fun! Anyway, okay, bye.
So we have more reasons to blame Steve.
Okay, bye, good luck. This field is extremely corny. Just like that joke was. Alright, let's
Yeah, it's holy crap, don't you know?
Uh-huh. Hey, a turtle! This turtle is stuck on its back. Why aren't you helping it? I am helping it. There you go, buddy. Enjoy Blue Cola, an old billboard from before the war. Blue Cola, the honorable choice. So, now might be as good a time as any to mention. In the real world, between 1895, which was when West of Loathing was, and 1928, 1929, which is when this game is, something pretty significant happened. Namely, World War I.
The Great War.
Yes. That's what they called it at the time. Instead, in the Loathing universe, it was the Cola Wars between Red Cola and Blue Cola.
So basically what later happened in the 1980s between Pepsi and Coke, just much more violent.
Yes, in point of fact, Red Cola would be Coca-Cola, and Blue Cola would in fact be Pepsi. That is why specifically those two colors. Anyway, I hear some harmonica playing from over here. Topeka, 1,200 miles. You've heard a lot of nice things about Topeka, but not 1,200 miles worth of nice things. Also, that idiot Melvin Eastwood was banned from Topeka.
Now I'm just thinking of a bit from a Boss's Home for Imaginary Friends. It's hot in Topeka.
Looks like they drove this boxcar out here and then took the train away. Boy, somebody must have hated this boxcar. Is that? Hang on. Yeah, so that's an MD. You may recall that the name of the company that I was working for in West of Loathing was the Manifest Destiny Railroad Company. Well, that's it. MD, Manifest Destiny. Anyway, go in here. There's a can of gas. There's a partially full gas can nestled in the piles of garbage. Collect the fuel. Pour the gas into your own can, then hide the empty can behind some of the garbage. 2/3 full gas can. Hey, good job. Some incomprehensible... Yeah. Some incomprehensible glyphs are scrawled on the wall of the boxcar, and I don't think I can ever decipher those. There's something shiny in this pile. Dig for it. It's an old class ring. Got an item 1917 SIT class ring. Let's see.
Oh, I know the Traveler's Code actually because there's an old rail station near me that's been repurposed to a restaurant that has like all the Traveler's Code glyphs on them.
Well, we haven't gotten to explaining what that is yet. It's a crude device, but it beats keeping your gas loose on the ground. Anyway, the
Sorry,
1917...
I kind of forgot that visit.
Yeah. The 1917 SIT class ring, a tarnished class ring from the Seaside Institute of Technology, adorned with a blue jewel supported by a pair of tiny carved badgers. Makes everyone think you attended SIT or mugged someone who did.
Like you did.
Well, technically I didn't. I found it in some garbage. An open fire in an enclosed space. Classic. Door's extremely heavy. Force it open with 2 muscle, but I don't want to do that yet. So here's a guy. Cheerful-looking hobo tootles idly on a harmonica. Interrupt his tootling. Hi there, I'm Margaret. Well, howdy there, neighbor. I'm Howie. Pleased to meet you. I'm not actually from around here, though. Well, the way I see it, this whole country is my home, so everybody is my neighbor. Aw, that's nice. Either that or they're all trespassers who'd better get off of my property. ... I'm just joshing you, friend. Care for some jerky? What kind? Clam. It's a local delicacy. Huh. Sure, I'll have some jerky. You get an item, clam jerky. There you are. Can't abide the stuff myself. Like eating a dried slug, but saltier. Come to think of it, that's exactly what it is. You're really selling me on this local delicacy. If you ask me, the locals are a bit weird. Okay. Where are you from?
Aren't we all a bit weird?
We are all, in fact, a bit weird. Oh, originally I'm from Hawaii, but I got bored of the gorgeous tropical beaches, and I decided to hit the rails. You rode the rails from Hawaii. MCH, I'm pretty sure there's a logistical issue with that.
Yes, there is. There should be an apostrophe between the I's in Hawaii. That's actually a real thing, by the way.
That's not what I'm talking about.
I know, I'm joking.
How in the heck could you have ridden a train from Hawaii all the way to New Jersey?
I know, I was joking about the I's thing.
I know.
But
Anyway.
that is a real fact.
Yep. Real challenging trip for a first-time hobo. But I made it through all right. You ever think of going back? Well, they've only got 1 track there, so it's a one-way trip. I might head back for a visit once they built a second one, though. Huh. Do you live here? Not permanently, but I've been camped out here a few days. All alone? Well, it used to be a bit livelier, but the boss has sent a railroad bull to run everybody off. Railroad bull? You mean, like, a cop? Yeah, you could say that. I think he's still prowling around out back if you care to test your mettle. I don't advise it, though. Is he packing heat? No, he's unarmed, but one of your arms might make a pretty good club once he gets it off of you. Any plans for the future? Well, word on the wall is there's a camp forming in Ocean City. Figure I'll mosey on over there once this rain lets up. Word on the wall? I've never heard that phrase. Is it like through the grapevine? Heh, similar. I see. Take your lead. Word on the wall, eh? I think that's probably what this says here. But we'll get there.
We'll get
All
there.
right.
That's real-life history, too.
I mean, these games do have some historical... not a ton, mind you, but they do have some historical stuff. Like, Emperor Norton from the previous game is based on an actual historical person.
Yeah.
Let's ask Howie about his knapsack. Is this knapsack your only luggage? Oh, that ain't mine. That's been here since before I arrived myself. Nobody's been able to work out how to open the dang thing. If you can figure out the trick, you're welcome to it. You inspect the bag. It appears to be latched shut with one of those puzzles made out of bent nails and steel wire. Howie wasn't just harmonicking Dixie, so that requires 3 moxie. Leave it alone.
And this is where you would consume the cheese.
Well, not just the cheese, because that would only put me at 2 moxie. We need to find ways to get experience. And there's only one place that I haven't been to yet. Oh, hold on. What the heck is this? There's a weird plaque where Lydia was standing. Read it. Historic site. At this exact spot, on the 13th of October, 1908, so about 20 years before this game, the state's first mass-produced automobile, a Ford Model T, purchased by Hiram O. Crullins, accidentally struck and killed the state's first hitchhiker, Lydia Barnsley.
The classic hitchhiking ghost story.
So apparently that woman you talked to a few minutes ago has been dead for okay, so this is 1928 that the game takes place in. Has been dead for exactly 20 years. Good. Swell. Everything about this is great and you aren't regretting this trip before you've even arrived. Go on about your normal, non-haunted day. Sure, makes about as much sense as anything.
That's like the classic hitchhiking ghost story, so...
Exactly. So yes, Hyperion, I didn't agree with you when you said it, but yes, poor girl indeed. Very, very poor girl. Anyway, it's that turtle. This turtle seems to be heading to Ocean City too. At this rate, it might beat you there. I can take it with me. What should we name this turtle?
Leonardo? I don't know.
You're thinking it's a ninja, huh?
It's either that or Roshi, which would be a hermit.
Well, it was all by itself.
Roshi it is.
I can get behind Roshi, yeah. Uh, 12? Because it was 12 in the... We might have more than 12 in this one.
Let's just hope this one isn't as, as Roshi and Dragon Ball is.
This one is an actual turtle, so...
Yeah.
You got an item, Roshi the Turtle. So Roshi the Turtle here is the second familiar. Not equipped. A turtle is like a slow bandage. 1 muscle, 1 mysticality, 1 moxie, max HP only 3. Each round of combat, Roshi heals a random wounded ally by his mysticality. So in other words, while Arlington here boosts my stats, specifically my stats, by 1, right, my M stats by 1 at the end of every round, Roshi would heal me by whatever Roshi's mysticality is, and Roshi being a mystical turtle with attacks like Kamehameha actually makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean,
he even managed to impress Beerus by the time of Dragon Ball Super, so...
Yes, but, I mean, he was just a human. I think I'll keep Arlington equipped for now, though. And we're finally going to go into one last place. So we went into the gas station, we went into the boxcar. But there is this farm over here. Looks kind of abandoned, right? So it should be no problem if I go in. Hey, I ain't want to be unfriendly, but this is a private residence that y'all just barged into. Oh, geez, sorry. Everything's so desolate outside, I guess I just assumed this place was abandoned. Well, come morning, you'll be right. So you might as well get in out of the rain for a spell. Thanks. My name's Margaret Eckleburg. Howdy, Margaret. I'm Elias. Elias Chekhov. Make yourself at home. Look around.
Is he gonna have a gun that'll become important later?
There's a rifle hanging over the fireplace. Ask Elias about it. Are you leaving this rifle behind? Yep. How come? Well, it's a varmint rifle, and where I'm going, there ain't any varmints. There's vermin, to be sure, and critters and such as like that, but the almanac don't list any examples of a varmint qua varmint, if'n you know what I mean. I don't know what you mean. No need to fret over it right now. In any case, that gun is for later. Yep. Much later. So yes, Chekhov's gone.
I knew it.
We'll have to remember. I mean, we already know from the previous game, from West of Loathing, that
DLC,
specifically the DLC, that the creators of the game are big fans of Chekhov. Anton Chekhov, not Elias Chekhov, but sure. There's a weird device on top of this box. Ask Elias about it. What's this funny-looking thing? That's a duck call. What's it for? It's for calling ducks. Oh, fun! Used to be. Don't work anymore, on account of being haunted. Haunted? Well, not haunted exactly. Bunch of spiders got in there. Now it sounds all scary when you blow it. I see. If you want it, it's yours. You gingerly take the duck call, trying very hard not to think about spiders. You got an item. Haunted duck call. What spiders? Good job.
What
All right.
spiders?
Yes, so that's an offhand item. You're pretty sure this duck call is haunted, but you can't remember the story of how it got that way. Reduces an enemy's muscle, mysticality, and moxie by 1 when you honk it at them. Once per fight. Oops.
You did get the right. That's funny. They literally tell you forget the story right after.
Well, because you don't want to remember. All these boxes are labeled bears. Ask about them. Are these boxes really full of bears? Nah, those boxes are all canned pears. They had a little fun writing the labels is all. You want a can? I got one left that didn't fit. You got an item. Bibson's Extra Sweet Pears. Gee, thanks. Taking a look, and you'll see it's a can of pears and a can of pears in a syrup that the label describes as sickly sweet. Should really hire a new copywriter. But that increases mysticality by 1. So we've got the pears to increase mysticality by 1. We've got the clam jerky. It's always nice to get a gift from a kindly stranger, but it's especially nice when that gift is dried flesh. That'll increase your muscle by 1. And then we've got that cheese loaf, which increases the moxie by 1. So from foods, we will be able to increase our stats by 1 each. But again,
right,
some of the things...
Is there even enough EXP to increase all 3 of your stats, or just 1 of your stats?
You have to be careful. But yes. Elias is looking around and mumbling to himself as he checks off his mental to-do list. Let's talk to him. So you're moving out? Yep. I finished packing, so now I'm just waiting for the movers to come and take this last load of stuff. You've got movers coming in the middle of the night? No, in the morning, but I went and packed my teddy bear. Forgot which box he's in. Can't sleep. I see. Why are you leaving? Well, my daughter went off to college, so there's nothing keeping me here. Never particularly cared for farming anyhow. Just kind of fell into it, you know. So I reckoned I'd take the opportunity to retire and travel a bit. See what kind of trouble I can get up to. Nice. So what's your story? What are you doing out on a night like this? I got a letter. I got a letter from my Uncle Murray. It sounded urgent, so I hopped a bus to Ocean City. Well, I ain't sure how to tell you this, but you got a ways to go yet. Yeah, the bus ran out of gas, so the driver sent me to scavenge for some more. I got you. Well, I think there's an old gas can in the barn out back. You're welcome to it. Thanks. Gotta warn you, though, you'll have to fight my daughter for it. What? Well, technically, I should say my daughter's monster. What? It's a thing my daughter Simone built. What? See, my kid's a real technical whiz. She built an auto-ominous robo-traction to help with plowing and harvesting and the like. Worked real nice, too. Wow. Problem is, after she left, it flew a what's-it tube and got violent. I'm pretty good with machinery, but when it comes to these newfangled electronics, I might as well be a dog trying to read Play-Doh. So I locked it up in the barn. Ah, I see. You're welcome to try your hand against it if you have a mind to, but please be careful. Got a lot of sharp bits on it. Here's the key. Farmer Chekhov's barn key. Thanks. So I did accidentally step out back. All right, you'll see that there is the barn here, but if I try to go in there before talking to him about the gas, I wouldn't be able to because the barn is locked. Anyway, nothing else I can talk to.
You're not going to get now.
Well, yeah. But let's talk to him about some other stuff, too. These boxes are labeled gears. Ask Elias about them. What's with these boxes of gears? Simone left those behind when she went off to school. Figured I should keep them for her. That makes sense. Uh-huh. These boxes are labeled TEARS. Ask Elias about them. Wait, are these boxes of tears or tears? Don't be ridiculous. You can't put neither of them neither one of them in boxes. ... That don't make any kind of sense. ... Well, that's just plain old weird. Nothing about the table. Shares. These boxes are labeled shares. Ask Elias about them. What's in here? Stocks? Scissors. Oh, it's supposed to be shears.
That's a good one.
Yes, a collection of stains makes its home on the range. There's a sink back here. Then we've got, oh hey, class rings. This is a very large box, considering that most people own either 0 or 1 class ring. Ask Elias about it. Is this box really full of class rings? Yep, about 140 of them. Did you go to college 140 times? Nah, of course not. I just collect them is all. Why? Well, they're rare, but not very rare. They're all different in interesting ways, and they're shiny. There's the collecting trifecta. Huh, well, okay then. Well, guess who's got...
me collecting retro games.
Guess who's got a class ring? Hey, Elias. What can I do for you? Tell him about the ring you found. I found this old class ring. You hand it to him, and he looks it over. Hey, 17 SIP ring. I've got one of those and one of these in faux emerald, but not a faux sapphire like this one. These are the ones they gave to the junior varsity pig skinners. Had a little enchantment on them so kids wouldn't get quite so many concussions. Well, they weren't off by now. Is it worth anything? Nah, not to a jeweler or pawnbroker or anything like that. 8-karat gold and the stones made of glass. The collector would give you 30 meat for it, such as myself, if you're interested in selling it. So, you could get 30 meat from him for it. You could. 30 meat seems like a heck of a lot right now, and in point of fact, it is a heck of a lot.
It's early game.
It is early game. But, I'm going to say, actually, you can just have it. Well, thank you. That's right, generous. He admires it a bit more than slips it in the pocket of his overalls. You gain 5 XP. Let me tell you right now, if you want to do everything in this prologue, XP is a fuck ton more valuable to you than 30 meat. Especially since if you do things the way I'm going to show you how to do things, you might end up with 30 extra meat that you might not have even realized you could get.
And like, it's not like that'll be... Plus, it'll be like... chump change by the end of the game anyway.
Oh, it absolutely will be. Kitchen's Inc. brand kitchen sink. Now, this locked room over here, this door is locked with some kind of elaborate electric lock. Ask about it. What's with this door? Oh, that's Simone's room. Hopefully she ain't left anything important in there, because I plumb forgot how to work that crazy lock she invented. I see. Well, I'm not going to be able to go in here. This door leads to a bathroom. Ask if you can use it. Can I use your bathroom? Sure. How'd you know that door was that was the door to the bathroom, though? Oh, I've always had a knack for knowing which doors leads to bathrooms is all. Well, good for you, I guess. Head in.
To be fair, you did have to stumble your way into one when you had a magazine stuck to your head.
Yep, a vicious clawfoot bathtub. There's a turlet here. You can see your face in Elias's mirror, just like your own mirror back home. Gaze into it. Guess what? It ain't just your hairstyle that you can customize in this game. It's your expression. So you can smile, you can frown, you can scowl, you can worry, you can cringe, or you can freak out. Blah, 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 blah. Or I guess you can close your eyes. But I think you know what I'm going to do. We're going to go with the freak out expression for now. And you'll see, right, that's actually what my face looks like now. Oh. Never forget to flush the toilet. You gained 5 XP. You've got enough XP now to learn a skill. So I do. You'll see that I have 15 unspent XP. Now, again, you don't care about good eyesight right now. You want to increase your strong back, you want to increase your quick wit, and your fashion sense. I have a weapon right now that works off of muscle, so I am going to increase my muscle. That means my back will do. That means that my butt will do. My butt will do. No, my bat will do 3 damage instead of 2.
He touched the butt.
Now, if I go out back here, there's nothing on this clothesline except a pair of socks and an old gun. Loot it. You take the gun and leave the socks, they don't look safe. Yeah, the socks don't look safe, but the rusty pistol does. These socks just keep getting wetter. So that gun is a ranged weapon, deals your Moxie plus 1 physical damage. So technically I could have increased my Moxie too, but I didn't want to. Let's go into the shed. Or not the shed, the barn. Go on in. Nice barrel. It'd be nicer if it had anything in it. This cabinet is rusted shut. 3 muscle is needed. So I told you there was something that required 3 mysticality. It's that contraption in the gas station. I told you there's something that requires 3 moxie. It's that backpack in the boxcar. And then here's what requires 3 muscle, a cabinet. Just a painting of a bunch of tools. There's a fishing rod here. That fishing rod is a ranged weapon, but it deals your muscle plus 1 physical damage. So that's kind of interesting. I'm going to equip that. Oh boy! A haystack. I remember that I can find needles in... Oh, ugh. You have a recurring nightmare about searching for something in one of these. Yes, the needle in a haystack, right? But you can't do that anymore. Based on...
Nice callback.
It is. Based on the arrangement of objects around it, you conclude that this machine is for turning hay bales into loose hay. Yeah, so it turns this into this.
And there's the
hoojamajiggets and the can of gas. So let's fight the thing. You're not going to get past that thing without destroying it. Well, destroy it then. So you've got 1 action point, and your actions at this point are either the haunting quack or throwing a rock, which deals 3 HP damage. This thing's only got 4 HP. So you throw a rock, and even if you didn't boost your stat, you use whatever weapon you got, and it'll finish this thing off. Simone's monster is now just a pile of parts on the floor, 5 XP, rest in parts.
9.
Not bad, and it won't even let you interact with that. Workbench for welding, search for 2 moxie, which I don't have. You'd go up there if it wasn't for your hay fever and you're falling out of lofts fever. So here's a gas tank. You went through a lot to gain access to this can. Accept your reward. Got an item. Full can of gas. Yeah, any parting words? Probably not.
That's a pun I expect from you, not from chat.
I expect chat to be full of puns while I'm here. Now, we can also go this way. And if we go holy crap, that scarecrow's got a gun! That scarecrow is a bit more intimidating than usual. The crows around here must be really aggressive. Show it you aren't scared. So that is called a shoot crow, 7 HP. So I'm going to throw a rock at it. That dealt 2 HP damage. And I'm going to attack it with this. So you'll see that it's got 1 physical armor, which is why it's taking 1 less damage from my physical attacks. And it shot me for 1. Now everything I have went up by 1. So we'll throw another rock at it. And we've defeated the shoot crow. Now it's just a regular scarecrow with a gun. Excellent. 5 more XP. This thing's crow menacing days are over. Hey, a tractor.
Just happened again.
Yeah. It's an old tractor. There's an old rag shoved in where the gas cap should be. Pull the rag out. You pull the rag out and sniff the tank. Smells like there's a little gas left in there. Collect it. You dip the rag into the gas tank and soak up all the gas, then wring it out in your can, which sounds like a very efficient way of getting gas. You got an item. 133% full gas can. Yeah, that sounds about right.
You got it over full. How does that work?
Oh, believe me, we're just getting started. There's nothing else to do with this tractor except maybe sit in it and pretend to be a farmer. Let's do that. Yeah, tractor? I just met her. Let's do that then. I hope I have time to plant my soybeans before it's time to gather eggs from the horses. Keep pretending to farm. Gotta bathe the rams before sunup. Keep pretending to farm. I'm gonna plant the fields, then plant my buckwheat. Time to plant the oats. Man, even pretending to farm is hard work. 5 XP. Keep pretending to farm. Oh no, I have to plant the rabbits. No, I meant to say I have to slaughter them. Keep pretending to farm. Better milk the rabbits before the weather gets worse. Today seems like a good day to reap my spell. You're not going to get more XP for this. But that's still funny.
Like, yeah.
And
guess
who's now got enough XP again to buy another skill? Fashion sense. I needed 2 moxie for that thingamajigger in the barn. So let's do that. It's a workbench for welding. Surf through it with 2 moxie. It's mostly tools you don't understand, but you do find some gloves. Welding gloves. A pair of thick gloves designed to protect your hand from errant sparks caused by your negligence and a lack of welding skills. Plus 1 hot armor. It's very hot, you see. Very hot. Alright, now then.
Again, it's hot in Topeka.
Yeah, Elias is looking around. Hey, Elias. I had to beat up your scarecrow. Sorry. Well, I was leaving it behind anyhow, but why'd you go and do a thing like that for? It shot at me with a gun! Oh, right. Yeah, that's perfectly reasonable then. ... Alright, I'm gonna go into the bathroom again, and with the fishing rod equipped, fish in the toilet! You managed to retrieve an old pair of fishing shorts out of Chekhov's toilet. You got an item, old fishing shorts.
Yeah.
These pants are soaked with brackish water, and the pockets are full of loose minnows. Sounds fantastic. With these shorts equipped, it's a good thing that I finally have pants. I think I just heard a meow. I thought I just heard it meow.
Yes, it was me. Meow.
No, not you. In the game.
You sure it wasn't me? I could be hacking your game right now.
I don't think you are, buddy. Oh, I actually have to equip those shorts. I wonder why I had to equip those shorts. Because it's not like it automatically equipped. Aha! There is in fact a meowing sound coming from the corn back here. Investigate. You bend down to peer between the stalks, but the cat gets spooked and runs off in the direction of the barn. Not into the barn. But alright, it's not there anymore. But let's keep an eye out for that cat. Before that, though, there is still one room here we went. This door looks like it hasn't been used in a while. Ask where it leads. Where does this door lead, I ask you? Ugh, spare bedroom. Ain't been used in forever. I don't even bother opening the door since that dust devil got in there. Feel free to help yourself, though I doubt you'll find much of use. A dust devil? Yeah, those critters are a real nuisance around here. They're attracted to beds that ain't been cleaned under properly, and since I lost my broom back in 26, it's been a real, what'd Simone call it? A nutrient-rich environment. Ornery little beasts. Real territorial. Okay, I'll be careful. So we go in here, tasteful arrangement of drying fronds, and you see that there's the scofflin by the bed, but a shelf full of pulp westerns. Take a look at one. The Cattlemen of Glory, the gunfight at the Six Gun Ranch, the fist fight at Dry Mountain, the incident at Owl Creek. Oh hey, this one looks like it's worth a read. The Handgun's Tale. The incident at Hort Thief Trail, fist fight at Six Gun Gulch, Rangers of the Night, blah 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 blah. But there's a book. Unlike most old westerns, this one is written from the perspective of a gun. Unlocks advanced trick shooting techniques. Let's read it. Oh. The story is pretty boring, but it contains some technically complex descriptions of advanced shooting techniques. I can't study them because I don't have 5 mysticality, but certainly worth remembering that I've got that. There's a loose floorboard here. Interesting. I don't want to fight that dust devil just yet. It is in fact an ornery little critter. So let's go back here. And an open fire and enclosed space classic. Hey, there's something in there. Reach in and grab it now that I've got the one hot armor from the welding gloves. Now I've got a crowbar. It is in fact a weapon. This is a tool for prying things open, like the door to a saloon for ravens, or a crate containing a tiny tavern of magpies, or a boarded-up window of a speakeasy for jackdaws. You get it. I'm not going to equip it. The fishing rod is still fine. And I have 2 muscle now, so let's force that open. And let's head out back. Somebody has placed a sheet of filthy linoleum on the ground here in an effort to lend legitimacy to this outdoor kitchen. The stew in this pot is beyond help, but you could probably salvage the ladle. Do so. Hey, this isn't a ladle, it's a spatula. No wonder the stew's so messed up. You've got an item, grimy spatula. How is old grimy anyhow? Dead, probably. This spatula has been used hard and clean never. Deals your mysticality plus 1 physical damage. That is a magical weapon. It's one of those newfangled indoor-outdoor refrigerators. Open it. Somebody left a perfectly good mason jar full of gasoline in here. What the fuck is gasoline doing in a Okay, so we had it in a cup in the car holder, or in a cup in the cup holders of the car. We had it in the tractor, which made sense. We had it in the barn, which made sense. There was another place it was. Well,
it was. boxcar, if I recall.
Boxcar, yeah. And then we know that there's some in a gas tank, which makes sense. But this mason jar full of gas makes no sense. But that is 166% full gas can. Hooray! There's a carving in the trunk of
Gotta
this...
make it to 200.
No, we're gonna go beyond 200 if memory serves. There's a carving on this on the trunk of this tree. It says Howie loves playing the harmonica. Aww. Oop. It sounds like the mystery meower is hiding behind this tree. Try to approach. Well, the cow... not the cow. The cat ran away. What's this thing? Uh-oh. It's that railroad bull Howie told you about. Although railroad minotaur probably would have been more accurate. Take the bull by the horns. Halt, trespasser! 7 HP, 1 physical armor. So not great, but let's throw a rock at him. And
it's Manifest Destiny Co. So it's been here since the 1880s.
Yeah, I mean Manifest Destiny is, or Manifest Destiny Railroad Co. is who we were working for
in the previous game.
In the previous game, yes. And down goes the railroad bull. You beat the Minotaur. Arlington gained one max HP. By the way, the name of your bird is randomized with each save file. You don't get to choose it, but it is there. Alright, so there's a car back here. A 1911 Ford milk crate for wheels. That model never really seemed to take off. Oh, look, there's a gas can on it. Help myself. 200% full gas can. So yeah, we made it to 200, but we ain't done yet. The only thing in that direction is trees, and they're not interesting trees.
Not interesting.
Alright, old Howie is still tooting away on his harmonica. Interrupt his tootling. Well, I dealt with that railroad bull for you. You did? Well now, that's a real service to the hobo community. I ain't got anything to offer you as a reward, but I surely won't forget this. No problem, Howie. Make sure you tell him when you beat up that railroad bull. Alright. Now, if memory serves, the cat is hiding in the corn next to the barn now. Reach out to it. The cat sniffs your hand for a second, but suddenly gets spooked and runs off towards the east.
Oh, again.
It's fine. I think we're starting to finally get close. But alright, how much XP do I have? 5. Good. Let me... So I think it's time to start boosting my stats to 3. Even though I haven't gotten my mysticality up yet at all, right? So I will eat the clam jerky now to give myself 3 muscle. Which means I should go into the barn and deal with that whatchamajigger now. This cabinet is rusted shut. Force it open. It's full of little glass bottles labeled Harlan Tussett's medical gasoline for horses weak of limb and character. Collect the gas. 233% full gas can.
We're gonna go triple, baby.
We will, yes, 300. Now in this room, with that loose floorboard, we can pry it up. And some kind of old cellar down there, go there. Oops, I fell. Barrel of decades-old bacon grease. So let me now equip my baseball bat. And if I've got my baseball bat equipped, I can dip my baseball bat into that. Now, we look at my baseball bat. Instead of doing physical damage, it deals my muscle +1 sleaze damage. So the shoot crow and the railroad minotaur only had physical armor. remember from the previous game that there are elemental attacks. You've got hot damage, cold damage, sleaze damage, stench damage, and spooky damage. And, of course, regular old physical damage. Physical armor only protects you from physical damage. Trust me, in this game, you are going to want to use elemental damage a fuck ton more than in West of Loathing, because certain enemies have a damage cap on physical damage. So finding stuff that does reliable elemental damage is useful. We search this shelf. All these jars of food are revolting, but on the bright side, all but 3 of them are broken. Take the broken ones. Are you sure they're really gross? Yes, I'm sure. Okay, it's your funeral, if you eat them, I mean. 3 jars of gross old vegetables. These are a combat item. You don't know what went into this jar, but you do know that the only thing that's ever going to come out of it is a congealed mass of foul goo. Reduce an enemy's muscle, mysticality, and moxie by 3 when you chuck it at them. So that might come in handy at times. Anyway.
You got 3 of them.
Yep. Here are spiders. So this is what spiders look like in this game. Right? They are spider-esque, but they're extremely cartoonish.
Fighting or flirting?
Yeah, you can't tell if these spiders are fighting or flirting. Interrupt them either way. And that one inflicted me with 3 poison. Poison does damage every turn, which is not great. I want to, so you've got a blind spider, and then you've got the more dangerous blind. So the game kind of fakes you out, right? Because it starts you by targeting this one, but you actually want to target this one. And you'll see that these guys both have physical armor too. So I can do a full 4 sleaze damage, but I would only do 3 physical damage. I do still want to take out this more dangerous spider because I don't want to be poisoned excessively. And I'll clobber that with my grease-covered baseball bat. And I get 3 more poison, which will put me at 6 poison, or 5 HP damage. But now, right, because my muscle was increased by 1, I don't even need to throw this. I can just womp that with my sleaze damage. And it's done. Combat in this one works fairly differently. And I'll get into it more when we're actually doing something a little bit more. But combat in this is much better than it was in West of Loathing, if you ask me. Because there's a lot more strategy that you need to think of to go into it, and it's less about using a single super powerful attack that takes out all of your enemies at the same time. You have rendered Chekhov's cellar spider. Chekhov's cellar spiderless. Released free of spiders that are large enough for you to see. 5 XP.
I'll shut up.
Yes. But that's about all I can do here, right? So you can use this to get the grease on your bat and convert that to sleaze damage. You can grab those jars of old vegetables there, and you can beat up some spiders for 5 XP. Remember that I said XP is precious here, because I still need to boost my mysticality. Ah, hang on, strong back. You can't put your back into it if your back is barely strong enough to support the weight of your own head. Your muscle lets you lift heavy things, break fragile things, and deal damage with melee weapon attacks. You might not be the sharpest tool in the drawer, but you're not the dullest knife in the shed. Your mysticality helps you figure things out, sound smart when you talk, and deal damage with magical weapons, mostly utensils. You know you're not supposed to wear plaid and stripes at the same time, but you're so cool that you can get away with it anyway. Your moxie helps you look cool, move with grace and style, and deal damage with ranged weapons, guns, and musical instruments. Yes, musical instruments are weapons here.
She has no style, she has no grace. This MC has a funny face.
Well, she does in fact have a funny face. Look at it. Look at those eyes.
Exactly.
Anyway, dusty old nightstand. You can grab 10 meat from there. And I think once I come back from a quick break to get myself some more tea, we're going to take on this dust devil. How's that sound?
Sounds like
MCH,
fun.
keep him entertained while I'm gone.
I'll do my best. Salute. Alright, so everyone, I'm gonna be entertaining you, I guess, because I'm not the most entertaining at BLG. But you're stuck with me now! So, how about them weather out today? It's hot, isn't it? It actually rained here. Just looking at my Discord messages. Hot in Topeka. Tractor, I just better. I literally just got message. Sorry about that. Red text by DM. Baldur's Gate 3 is a game I still need to hop on all these years later. Came out 2 years ago now? I don't know, I'm bad with years. Problem is, my laptop probably can't handle it, and I heard the PS5 version was kind of bad. And I'm not gonna boot up my Xbox just for it. What's going on? Ooh, Wii U, I look just like Buddy Holly. Sorry, I'm just trying to fill time while Emmy's gone. Falling with style. Of course, Emmy would have that as a pun. I mean, as a tag.
Man, I am so fucking stupid.
What happened?
I made it all the way upstairs before realizing I forgot my tea mug down here.
Oh.
I am so fucking stupid.
I tried keeping them entertained, but no one was responding to my random musings.
That's fine. Dust Devil is really kicking up some dickens under there. Alright, this is a tough fight. The game literally says, "Are you sure?" Chekhov said these things were pretty dangerous. Yes, I'm sure. I don't know if I'm gonna win, but let's try it. So it viciously stabs you. It's 4 bleed. So I'll be bleeding 4 HP every turn. It's got 10 HP.
This is where you throw the thing, I guess.
Let's see if... I mean, I might. But let's see if I can just beat it as is. So if I throw that, deals 2 damage, then I can...
This game auto-saves, right?
Yes. Just like West of Loathing did. Then I can wump it for 4 damage. Do I survive another turn? I don't think I do. No. Okay. So that is defeat number 3.
Technically, those were on the title screen.
Yeah, the first one that's not on the title screen.
You should have listened to Chekhov.
I guess so. But I don't learn easily. So let's try it again. And I think you are actually right. If I can reduce the damage that it does with its stab attack, I should be able to survive a second turn and KO it. So now it only did 1 HP. So I should end this with 1 HP myself. And I can then throw a rock. I mean, I think I just needed to hit it with the greased up baseball bat, but there we go. 1 Dust Devil defeated. You really gave that devil its due? 5 XP. Excellent. And with that 5 XP, puts me at 15. So now I can do Quick Wit. Huzzah! I believe that's all the combat and all the XP you can get here. But it's
up to beef it up with your items at that point.
Correct. So we're now going to switch over because we're heading back to the boxcar. So now we will finally eat the cheese loaf. And you'll see, right, consuming this item will replace this effect. So we're going to do that. And now, instead of 3 muscle, 2 mysticality, 2 moxie, I now have 2 muscle, 2 mysticality, 3 moxie. Lose an effect slightly clammier. Cursed by an absence of crackers, you eat the cheese loaf with your bare hands. In the end, you are unclean both inside and out. You gain an effect, improved loafing. Blurg.
Blurg.
But with that 3 moxie, we can go back to here. And we can now open this. Ha! There isn't a puzzle you can't solve, except maybe a puzzle harder than this one. Unfortunately, the bag is pretty much full of trash. You do find a small key in the bottom, though. You get an item, little silver key. So that's fun. You'll recall there was a locked desk drawer that was located in the gas station. Oh, you know what? I should tell Elias that I beat the heck out of that Dust Devil. I took care of that Dust Devil in your bedroom. Did you now? Well, thank you kindly. Of course, it's a bit late for my purposes, but I imagine the next occupants will be grateful. Hopefully the thing didn't rough you up too bad. It was a snap. I survived with 1 HP and had to throw a jar of old vegetables at it. Alright, so back here, we go back to the desk drawer and unlock it with the little silver key. We get the gas pump hose. Little silver key falls into a hole in the floor and disappears. Well, nuts. I'm clumsy. Oh, hey, it's that cat. Seems a lot calmer now. Let's pet her. Bye, kitty. The cat runs away. But we finally got to pet that cat. Isn't that lovely?
We finally got to pet it, yes.
Alright, since we took care of that thing that required 3 Moxie, what say we eat the Bibson's extra sweet pears now?
Wait, not used the key yet?
I did use the key. And
Oh,
it was
God.
getting the key that required the Moxie in the first place. You open the can. You open the can using the can opener you keep hidden in your sock in case of can-related emergency, and eat the sugary pears. You gain, in effect, extra candy. Sweet. Too sweet, in fact. And with that 3 mysticality, you can figure out this machine. There's an engraved plate on the side of it that says Helco Portable Gasoline Generator. Aha! It's a machine for generating portable gasoline. Harvest some. 266% full gas can. There's nothing else of interest in the...
Where's the last 33?
In the gas tank. Like, in the actual gasoline dispenser. That's why we needed the hose from that drawer that we got the key from. Anyway, there's nothing else of interest in the car.
Duh.
There's also no interest for a year if you'd like to buy it. I would not.
No interest for a year. Suit yourself.
Yeah, I'm not interested. But this one is full of water, right? This pump is full of water instead of gas. Can I fish in it? Use the fishing rod. So, for some reason, other than toilets, you don't actually... There will be random fishing spots that you encounter on your travels. Not all of them actual bodies of water. Some of them will be like this gas tank, or gas dispenser, gas pump, full of water. And you can actually find some interesting stuff in there, but with toilets, for some reason, you actually have to have a fishing rod equipped to fish in that. I don't know why. Anyway, there's a little bit of gas left in this pump, but there's no hose in it. Install the hose you found, and now pump some gas. Glug, glug, glug. You got an item. 300% full gas can.
Nice.
If this
That's as full as
was...
it's gonna get.
Yes, if this was the PC version instead of the Twitch version, you would get an achievement for getting a 300% full gas tank. Or gas can.
The Twitch version, not the Switch version?
The Switch version doesn't have achievements. Just the PC
I know,
version.
but you said Twitch version.
Sorry, I meant the PC version.
I'm just giving you shit for saying Twitch instead of Switch.
It happens. You should. But yeah, no. This rifle hanging over the fireplace is probably not going to be important at all. Forget that it exists. Right?
Right. Totally forget it. This whole character exists.
Hello, Bulbagarden.
Oh, hi, Bulbagarden.
Thank you for the raid. Cody, how was your Detective Pikachu return stream this evening?
Arceus helped them.
What happened?
I was just reading your raid message. Arceus helped them.
Oh, yeah. Another mystery solved. Good. Now, here's the real question, Cody. Can you solve how I have a 300% full gas tank? I don't think anyone can. But let's see if the bus driver makes a comment. Hey there, friend. Any luck with that gas? You show the driver your gas can. Well, his gas can. Well, this can don't usually hold that much gas. Not sure how you did that. Well, whatever. Ready to hit the road? Yeah, let's get out of here. Takes the can and empties it into the bus tank. And with that, we're on our way. All aboard 10 XP. So, strictly speaking, by the way, the absolute bare minimum that you have to do is just get it 100% full. That's it. You don't need to get it 300% full. You just need to find 3 sources of gas and have that 100%, like, completely full, 100%. And so, what I did was excessive, but again, it's little secrets in the game that I'm aware of. I will show off, but again, I'm not going to pretend to be quite as familiar with this game as I was with West of Loathing. Anyway, you climb back on the bus and return to your seat, and soon you're dozing off to the sound of rain spattering on the window beside you. Unfortunately, it's barely an approximation of sleep. The sort of sleep that you slip into so gradually you don't even know you're asleep until someone wakes you up. Plunkett Street, and you realize that your meandering thoughts of the past few minutes have been utterly strange, shadowy tendrils of whispering ideas. Hey, kid! This is your stop, right? That are now totally forgotten. Ugh. What? All ashore what's going ashore. Thanks for traveling, Willis Busco. Disembark. Alright, so we're here on Plunkett Street. There's a bus stop over here. There's the Cola War surplus, but it's closed for the night. There's sale, 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 going out of business, sale, 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 going seems inaccurate. Probably nothing you want here anyway. It's closed and keep out. During the prologue is the only time you'll find this guy. Talk to him. This hobo seems wholly unperturbed by the rain. Talk to him. Nice weather we're having? He smiles, then looks up and lets the rain splash on his face for a while. Heh, suits me just fine, I guess. Wise man once said the rain falls on poor men and rich men alike. Was that before umbrellas were invented, or... My name's Gus, by the way. Hi, I'm Margaret. Pleased to meet you, Margaret. Say, you wouldn't have a couple of meat to spare, would you? Sure. Give him 2 meat. You flip Gus some meat and he beams. Thank you very much, Margaret. Old Gus won't forget your kindness, you bet. Take her easy, Gus. Being kind, especially to hobos, is very important in this game. Anyway, there's nothing in that direction except the road you arrived on, and walking all the way back there probably isn't a good use of your time right now, or ever, in fact, because you're never going to do that. But you'll note that there's Condemned Shop, Cola War Surplus, Murray's Antique, which is where we're going. It's a trash can full of trash. Dig through it. You find a discarded bottle of cologne, an item cheap cologne. Now this counts as a potion and increases my stench armor by 1. I've got no need for that right now. Also, with my mysticality being my max spec, I want the grimy spatula. For lease, the note on the door says, please. Good night, Cody. And thank you for the raid again. I think this store sells broken glass and drafts. This building looks perfectly solid. Maybe it's just the people renting that were condemned. Trash can's reach has exceeded its the trash's reach exceeded its can's grasp. So that is what? 5? Yeah, that is 5 shops that are condemned. And an alleyway back here. Given the current conditions, dark and stormy, you probably shouldn't wander into any alleys. I mean, with my eyes looking as crazy as they look, I'm pretty sure I'd be fine. Some ne'er-do-well has deliberately vandalized this streetlight. The Ocean City Watchful Eye. The door to the newspaper office is locked and the windows are boarded up. Looks like print really is dead. You'd have thought it had at least 7 or 8 more decades left.
Nice one.
Somebody has scratched
That's
some.
actually a good clever joke.
I know. Somebody has scratched some weird symbols onto the sidewalk here. Those symbols look kind of like the ones that were in the boxcar. Very interesting. Now we have Secure Baris, Building and Loan. It's late, the bank is closed. And then you can't see anything interesting within walking distance in that direction. Alright. So we did come here to see Murray's Antiques, because that's our Uncle Murray.
Very sure go around between games.
I mean, it's been almost 40 years, so I think that's fine. A bell over the door jangles as you walk into Murray's Antiques. The young woman at the counter looks up at you as you enter. Oh, hi, you must be Margaret. We don't get many customers at this time of night. Or at all, really. That's me, you were expecting me. Yeah, Murray didn't say much about you, but he gave me that letter to mail. My name's Jessica. Oh, geez, you're soaking wet. Come on in and I'll get you a towel. You walk over to the counter, trying not to drip on any vintage bric-a-brac, as Jessica grabs a threadbare bath towel from a shelf, pulls the tag off before tossing it to you. Thanks. Is Uncle Murray here? His letter wasn't very specific. He isn't. You said that in kind of an ominous way. Where is he? Jessica sighs. I wish I knew. He had a line on another artifact and said it was going to be a tough one. I told him he should get some backup, but he wasn't willing to wait. He just wrote that letter and told me to mail it if he didn't come back. Is there something I'm missing here? This is an antique shop, right? You make trying to talk Great Aunt Ruthie into selling her mother's Chesterfield sound like a deadly spy mission. Yeah, this is going to take some explaining. MCH, am I intrigued, or do I want this to wait until morning?
Intrigued.
Well, I'm definitely intrigued. It's a false choice, by the way. She'll explain it whether you want to or not. Well, I'm definitely intrigued now. Explain away. We don't have a lot of time just now, but follow me and I'll give you a quick sketch. Okay. Jessica leads you into a back room furnished with some desks and some strange-looking machinery. Welcome to our back office, the hub of our little operation. I'm guessing by operation you're talking about something other than antiques. Well, yes and no. See, a few years ago, Murray found out that there's a bunch of antiques circulating that are, well, hinky would be a real understatement. Hinky? Murray called them tainted, dark magic, real bad mojo, you know, cursed. Oh, for a second I thought you were making bathtub gin or something. It's no joke. That's what our real job is here. The antique store is just, well, not exactly a front. We find a lot of regular antiques too, and selling them keeps us in scratch. But really, we're trying to hunt down all these evil doodads and neutralize them so nobody gets hurt. And Uncle Murray went out to get one and never came back. That's the long and short of it. Yep. What do you say? Are you in? I feel like I should flip a coin, right?
Right.
But I don't have a choice. So, absolutely, I'm a fucking agent of chaos. So, absolutely, I am always up for crazy adventure. Great. You hear the shop door opening, and after a moment, a goblin pokes her head into the office. Hello? Oh, hey, that's swell timing. Hey, Gabby. Murray's sister's kids showed up. Come meet her. So, here's another thing that this game has that the previous game didn't. It is going to assume, based on which face you chose, what pronouns you have, but it lets you correct. So you can say, right, if Jessica calls you her, but you want to go by him, you can go by him. Jessica calls you him and you want to go by her, you can say go by her. Or in either case, you could say I go by them. I'm okay being female because I specifically chose, well, MCH chose for me to use with one of the female faces, and I'm using the name Margaret, so I'm good as is. Hi, Gabby, pleased to meet you. Hi, hello, the pleasure is all Gabby's. So yes, of course, goblins are in fact still in this game. I don't know why you would be expecting otherwise if you were familiar with West of Loathing. Gabby, would you be a dear and carry your luggage to Murray's room and grab some blankets and stuff out of the cupboard? She can sleep there till we find Murray. You've gotten it! Gabby picks up your suitcase and carries it through a door in the back of the room. Great, I could really use some sleep. So here's the back room. This desk is a mess. Ask Jessica about it. Whose desk is this? Murray's. I keep nagging at him to straighten it up before someone bumps into it and we have to call the National Guard to dig them out of the avalanche. Those with curse-proof shovels and a squad of exorcists handy. Anyway, best not to mess with it. Will do. I mean, won't. You're not sure what this clock is telling, but it sure as fuck isn't time. There's nobody you need to call right now, and it says messages none. You don't have time to play games right now. There's nobody at this desk. Ask Jessica about it. Hey, Jessica, whose desk is this? Charles Wallace, our handyman. He's up fixing a leak on the roof right now, but he'll be back later tonight. I see. At least he's not Charles Calvin. Because then he'd probably be trying to crash a helicopter into that leak. Now, how many people can get that reference?
Wait, what reference I was reading?
So, the name of the repair guy, right? The name of the handyman is Charles Wallace. I said, well, at least he's not Charles Calvin. Otherwise, instead of trying to actually fix the leak, he might try to ram a helicopter into it.
Oh, I think I kind of get it.
This is the greatest plan! Charles Calvin from Henry Stickmin.
Yeah, I thought I recognized that. I should have known from you.
Yep. Anyway, you cannot even hazard a guess as to what this contraption does. I'm sure it's not important, though. Modern radio stands here in defiance of the concept of antiques, and there's a cat here. A white cat is snoozing on an old towel. Ask Jessica about it. What's this cat's name? Calliope. Murray got her a couple of years ago. Scritch behind the cat's ears. You give Calliope a good scritching, but she doesn't react at all. Why doesn't Calliope like me? She'll warm up eventually. Try giving her some sardines. She'll love those. Do you have any sardines? No, we're all out. You can get some tomorrow. They have them at the Cola War surplus store next door. I don't know why the fuck they have sardines at a Cola War surplus store, but sure. You wonder where this door leads. Find out. You open the door and there's just a brick wall behind it. Apparently it goes nowhere. Fucking brilliant. Anyway, good night, everybody. I'm going to bed. This is your new bedroom, apparently. You can hear Gabby bustling around in there, making the bed and such. Go in. Hang on a sec. You can't go to sleep yet. I'm pretty sure I can. I bet I could do it right here while I'm still standing up. Well, I hate to spring this on you, but there's something we need you to do before the night's over. Wow, a mission already? Oh, swell. What is it? Let's continue being excited. I look overly excited with my crazy eyes. Wow, a mission already? You know those cursed artifacts I was talking about? Since info on them is so sketchy, we've been working on a machine that can detect them with radio waves. Interesting. I call it the Detectotron 1000. We've just gotten it up and running since Murray left, and Turned out there's a tainted thing practically right on our doorstep. That doesn't sound good. Yeah, it's not great. I was going to have Gabby go get it. That's why she came over tonight. But since you turned up out of the blue... Are you sure this can't wait until morning? I've been walking around all night in the pouring rain, fetching gas for a bus driver. The thing's been there who knows how long already. Surely one more night won't be the end of the world. I'm really sorry about this, but the end of the world might well be the sort of thing we're talking about. Cripes, you're really putting the hard sell on me here. You won't have far to go. It's just down the other end of the block. If the readings are right, there's a newspaper office that got shut down earlier this year. It should be in there. Well, Gabby will go with you. She's good in a fight. A fight? Heck yeah! Well, hopefully it won't come to that. But you never know. Hey, Gabby! Gabby reappears with an expectant grin. Go to the newspaper office with Margaret and help her get that hat, okay? Okay, Gabby is ready for an action. Let's mosey. Heave a grumpy sigh, let out a tired sigh. You know what? We'll go with an excited sigh. Ha! Alright, fine. You said it's a hat? A cursed hat? According to the readout, yeah. A men's fedora, probably. I'm supposed to what? Just break in and take it? Well, not break, exactly. I managed to finagle a spare key out of the guy at the realtor's office. I'm pretty sure that still counts as breaking and entering. You'll be in and out and back here in bed before you know it. You got an item? The newspaper office key. Sweet, let's do this. Jessica gave you this key to the newspaper office. You can retrieve a cursed hat for her. Sounds fun. Sorry, I forgot everything you just told me. Oh, you really are tired, huh? Yeah, it's been a day. Uh-huh. Well, according to...
Here's a fun...
Go ahead.
Here's a fun fact, Emmy. So all the films the protagonist and Lydia discuss are period accurate. Lydia doesn't recognize anything made after 1908 when she died.
Yes.
And the War in the Air came out the same year she died.
The what came out?
The H.G. Wells.
Oh, yeah. No, I understand that. Like, I know 100% that's what they were going for, is her not recognizing any... Like, her not recognizing Ocean City, her not recognizing what a bus is, her not recognizing H.G. Wells' later books or the movies that the player character was describing. You know, that is 100% consistent with when she died.
Yeah.
Anyway, well, according to the Detectatron, the hat is just a couple hundred yards east of here. I'm pretty sure it's in the old newspaper office. Just head out the door and go right. My right or your right? Raises an eyebrow. Our right. We both have the same right. Just leave and walk to the right. It's just after the alley and the end of the block. Got it. Thanks. How you holding up, Gary? Not Gary. Gabby. It's all of the berries. Flap your gums a bit. You know, Gabby, it's been a few years since I spent time in Ocean City, but I don't remember it being this run down. That is a true thing to say. It used to be much more... it used to be... I think that's a typo. It used to be much more clean and shiny. What happened? The economy's terrific everywhere else in the country. No ideas. Economics is not the house Gabby keeps my wheels in. How'd you get mixed up with Murray in the whole antique store deal, Gabby? Oh, it coincided. Gabby was looking just at old clothes and heard over Murray and Jessica talking about a mysterious thing to get. It had an adventure smell. Then Murray said, "We're going to need some muscle for this." And Gabby says, "Gabby has several muscles, strong ones." And that was what it was. Gabby has been helping since then. Keep making small talk. So you're a flapper, right? Haha, yes. Gabby flaps all of the time. Gabby's parents flap too. And Grand Gabby. But it's only been the style for 7 or 8... Oh, right. Goblins, well, you don't live very long, huh? Depends on how you look for it. Parent Gabby popped a year and a half ago, but this Gabby basically is that Gabby, and previous ones, too. ... Haha, it's okay. Don't worry too hard to get it. Us goblins think human baby making is super crazy. Let's not continue talking about this stuff. But yeah, no, you'll have the option to do that basically whatever map you're on, and Gabby did in fact join you as a companion. Companions work differently than partners do.
Oh yeah, remember the Alvibroid of Chronope in What's of Loathing? That's your connection to Kingdom of Loathing, because that Loathing-verse is the kingdom in there.
I see. Anyway, the Ocean City Watchful Eye. Okay, time to bust in here and find a weird cursed hat. Unlock the door. You take a deep breath and unlock the door. You give the key to Gabby for safekeeping. Go inside. I said go inside. God, not having a left thumb is very bad. It's a big, heavy water cooler. Desk has met a violent end. Search the records. Nothing but a pile of homemade toothpicks. Drawer on this one is slightly ajar. Look inside. Ew, you got an item. Nasty old leftovers. What the fuck is it with all this crummy food we're finding?
It's crummy. What do you expect?
Anyway, you don't know what went into this bag, but you know the only thing that's going to come out of it is a congealed mass. It's like literally the same thing, right? And it does the same thing. Except for some reason, instead of saying a jar of gross, reduce an enemy's muscle, mysticality, and moxie by 3 when you... It just says reduce an enemy's muscle, mysticality, and moxie, even though you probably are going to throw it at them too, but it's basically another jar of gross old vegetables. Anyway, we have here some archives. It's the newspaper archives from 1783 to 1799. Look through them. No. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. And nothing there. But if we look here, what date would you like to look in the archives for? By interacting with Lydia and then reading that plaque, you unlock this date. October 14th, 1908. Find something interesting. Tragic accident certain to have no consequences. Tragedy occurred yesterday evening when Hiram O. Crullins, owner of the first mass-produced commercial automobile registered in the state, accidentally struck and killed the state's first hitchhiker, i.e. a person standing on the side of the road, attempting to solicit transportation from passing motorists. Fortunately for Mr. Crullins, the notion that vengeful spirits of the dead might haunt the places of their demise in murderous phantasmagoric rage has been rejected by modern science as, quote, rather unlikely, wouldn't you say? Unlikely. Sure. You'll note I gained 5 XP for doing that, which was nice.
There was a reason for interacting with the ghost.
Yes. There's a crumpled up pink slip on this desk. Carver, I can't believe I have to tell you this, but it is against company policy for an employee to steal the printing press. You are fired. You are so fired, I need a new phrase to describe it. I'm giving you the axe. If I see your face in here, I will both give you the axe and set you on fire. Rover Burgess, Editor-in-Chief. P.S. How did you even lift it? You must have had, what, 5 accomplices? Unbelievable. You make a mental note never to pick a fight with this Carver person. Leave. You see a thin 3-ring binder on the desk. Take it. You got an item. Pneumatic Tube System Operation Manual. Oh, I'm sure this is not going to come in handy. This is a reference manual for a citywide network of pneumatic tubes. Looks like the eye had some state-of-the-art delivery infrastructure. Huh. There's a little bit of very, very old coffee left in this percolator. Pour it in a cup. Pouring yourself this cup of coffee is the first step on a short, nasty journey. You got an item, nasty old coffee. Which is not a bad item, actually. A few months ago, somebody decided this coffee wasn't good enough to drink. You apparently disagree with that decision. Increases your maximum AP by 1, which is pretty. It's pretty solid for this point. For this point in the game. There's a half-finished document in this typewriter. Read it. Government corruption at an all-time high. The government has once again slashed funding to city services and social programs, citing waste, but without offering any supporting figures or explaining where the funds have been reallocated to. Additionally, anonymous sources report cuts off abruptly, maybe as a result of the pink slip next to the typewriter. Read the slip. Curtis, if I've told you once, I've told you 100 times. Not enough people buy the paper anymore to keep the lights on in this joint. Electricity is expensive because it is a very recent innovation. As such, fully half of your salary is paid by government subsidies. This is to say, the hand that feeds you is the hand you keep biting. We go way back, buddy, but you've given me no choice. Clean out your desk and scram. Grover Burgess, Editor-in-Chief. You see the corner of a note sticking out from under the desk plotter. Read it. The note says, Tucker, I got you the bottle you wanted. I stuck it under the water cooler where Burgess can't find it and rat us out to the pro heat. Beck. Under the water cooler, eh? Surely it's not still there, but it couldn't hurt to check. There's a handwritten note on this desk. The note says, Robinson. First Hinden, then Carver? Who's next? Venable says if Burgess comes for him, he's going to karate chop his desk in half. Sincerely, Curtis. Yes, what's a karate? Looks like Venable made good on his threat. Fun. Oh, hey, it's one of those new arcane press newsfeed things. High tech. Gaze into it. Severe storm causes trolley disaster. Prevents 5 other trolley disasters. Jack Dempsey removes teeth to improve boxing skills. Oomph, oomph, said Dempsey in an interview. Babe Ruth gets haircut. Barber says, you'd think you could have left a better tip. Second edition of Principia Mathematica published. We still cannot understand a word of this, say local children. Today's list of band dances. The chutney slider, the dirty blitz, and the upside down tango.
I'm going to DM you this because it's kind of spoilers for this game, so I'll DM it.
Bunch of just absolute nonsense. Anyway, half-finished letter on the typewriter. Read it. Letter reads, Reginald, I think Burgess is onto us. We've gotten careless. In fact, maybe I should be typing this out as a letter instead of just talking to you in person. Why am I doing this? Meet me under the water cooler this afternoon. Ah, crap. Here comes Burgess with the pink slip. Sincerely, doesn't even say who it's from. Writer must have gotten fired before they could type their name. Also, under the water cooler? What's that all about?
Under the water cooler.
Yep. There's
also,
a pink.
I'm probably gonna get going. I DM'd you a thing, but.
Very good, sir. I thank you for keeping me company as long as you did.
You're welcome. And just like you say on your streams, God bless this mess.
Always. There's a pink slip on this desk. Read it. Hinden. I'm not paying you to publish cockamamie conspiracy theories. In fact, I'm not paying you at all anymore. Clean out your desk and hit the road. Grover Burgess, Editor-in-Chief. P.S. Do you like the word cockamamie that I used up there? It's a slang term I coined. It means ridiculous or implausible. I think it's really going to catch on. Yay! Cockamamie. Whoever worked at this desk forgot their cufflinks. Take them. We got an item, reporter's cufflinks. Oh, hey! The left one is engraved, always check, and the right one says, your sources. Really makes you think. +1 mysticality. I can equip that. That's better than my... What do I even have? Oh, yeah. I don't need my welding gloves anymore. Nothing left to plunder here, and then I can go back and read all of those pink slips, but... Alright, no sign of a cursed hat here. There's nothing left there except the dregs of dregs, and your standards aren't that low. It's a big, heavy water cooler. It's got something to hide. Move it. Hey, look, a trap door. Go through it. It's a trap door. Alright, watchful eye office, underground. Oh, let me actually check my options. I swear there was another option that I should be able to get. It's an underground press, literally. There's still a newspaper in it. Take the paper. By the way, I've never figured out what this underground newspaper does. But it's an item. This was printed in a secret underground newspaper office. Read. It's more of a manifesto, specifically calling out the government's suppression of the local newspaper and the importance of a free press. There's also an amusing but puzzling cartoon about a dog arresting a mouse for throwing a brick at a cat's head, which the cat didn't seem to mind. Interesting. It's a calendar from 11 years ago. Take a closer look. There's a huge black skull scrawled on July 22nd, 1917. Huh. What happened on July 22nd, 1917? Who the fuck are you people? Something around here seems pretty fishy. And it's these two moist fellas standing between you and that abandoned hat over there. Oh, hey, there is a hat over there. I'd investigate, but I feel like that would involve punching them. Not wanting to get any closer to them, you choose to interpret investigate as squint at them from a short distance away, which is probably for the best, as it might be bad for your mental state to see them in too much detail. These humanoid creatures are between 5 and 6 feet tall, hard to judge because of their hunched-over posture, are covered with scales that glisten sickly in the dim light, though you can't tell if this is a natural luster or due to being covered with oily sewer filth. Most notably, of course, is they have huge fish heads. Sorry if I buried the lead there, but, you know, saving the dramatic part for last and all, their huge, bulging round eyes glare at you from out of the darkness. Faintly luminous like radium watch dials, they hiss and gurgle at you between rows of pointed shark-like teeth. Gill slits on the side of their heads open and closed like thin, wet mouths gasping for air, or whispering terrible secrets, whichever seems more likely to you. Gross! It appears that they're very displeased to see you, but are smart enough to hold off on attacking until they've judged how much of a threat you are. No thank you. It's the control panel for the pneumatic tube system. Check it out. The control panel has a green button, a red button, a big lever, a knob with a bunch of letters on it, and a series of colored lights that are currently all off. Consult the manual. Startup instructions. Step 1. Push the green power on button. Step 2. Pull the pump engage lever. Step 3. Adjust the suction rate according to the pressure diagnostic indicators. If the red light indicator is on, set the suction adjust dial to A. If the blue indicator light is on, set the suction adjust dial to E. If the green indicator light is on, set the suction adjust dial to D. To abort startup, press the red power off button. Continue. All right, so we push the green button. The green button makes a satisfying click, and you hear a motor starting up somewhere. We pull the lever. So we got red indicator light, blue indicator light, green indicator light. You pull the lever with a very pleasing kerchunk, and the motor noise turns into a sort of loud, windy whine. A yellow light is glowing on the console. Yellow light? That's not red, blue, or green. Consult the manual? Well, that didn't help at all. All right, turn the knob. Do we turn it to A, B, C, D, E, F, or G? Well, red was A, green was D, and blue was E. If you will recall your colors of the rainbow, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. That would correspond to red being A, green being D, and blue being E. So let's crank this sucker to C. And would you look at that? Those guys got sucked up into whatever. There's nothing else to accomplish with this machine. Well, someone's going to get some very strange mail. And how? What were those things anyway? And what were they doing down here? Were they trying to start an underwater newspaper? That wouldn't work. The ink would smear. 5 XP. Excellent. It's a very old manhole cover. I'm sure it's not important. What the heck is this? An ominous, vaguely person-shaped stain on the ground. Yeah, that's vaguely person-shaped. I'm sure it's fine and has nothing to do with this very nice-looking hat that I'm sure is also fine. This must be the hat Jessica wanted you to recover. I haven't seen any other hats, so probably. You got an item, terribly cursed fedora. A simple black felt fedora. It doesn't look cursed, but it has a palpable aura of menace about it. Nothing good can come of this. I'm equip it. Perfect. Excellent. All right, so we saw this with July 22nd, 1917. So if we go back here, that should still be under 1900 to 1919, and that is in fact a new date we can grab. You find something interesting. The top story from that date is the Ocean City Comptroller's passing of an overly complicated sidewalk right-of-way policy that outlawed street-side newspaper vending machines and limited the maximum allowable width of newsstands to 4 feet. The story continues to say that watchful eye management raised concerns about the loss of revenue, and the comptroller made a vague promise to divert city funds to make up for any future shortfall. Looks like it worked out great for everybody. Yeah, makes perfect sense. So technically speaking, we didn't need Gabby, but if we decided to fight those fish people, probably would have been something worth doing. Or certainly worth having an extra partner there to help with the battle. By the way, you can still talk to Gus if you want to now. But this is going to be the last chance that you would have to talk to Gus. So make sure you talk to him before you end the prologue. And give him that 2 meat. You've still got 15, even if you did everything like I did. Or maybe you even got 30 extra meat if you decide it's not worth getting that gas tank to be 300% full. Oh hey, new guy. This must be Charles Wallace. Speak to him. You must be Charles Wallace. I'm Margaret. That I am. Pleased to meet you, Margaret. What do you do around here? Oh, your general handyman sort of stuff. I keep the lights on and the water running. Built the detectatron and the uncursing machine, too. What uncursing machine? I think I was supposed to talk to Jessica first. Wow, that's some real high-tech wizardry. Oh, it's nothing really. Let me ask you something. Anything I can help you with? What's this? What is this about an uncursing machine? Oh, I only built the thing. I can't begin to tell you how it works. The innards are all wired up to a little porcelain cat figure that Murray found somewhere. Well, that's weird. In a real traditional sense, yep. Anything else I can help you with? Nothing right now, Charles. Nah. It's Jessica. You know what? I'm going to bed. You should tell Jessica you got the hat before you go to bed. Fine. Looks like you found the hat? How can you tell? Because I'm wearing it? I found a hat. I guess it's the one you meant. Doesn't look unusual, although, yeah. Well, it does creep me out a bit. I can't really put my finger on why. I know what you mean. Feels kind of like you have a headache, except you don't actually. More like a feeling of dread, like something terrible is about to happen, but I don't know what it is yet. Well, that is definitely not related to the fact that I need you to take that hat and go sit in that machine over there. Why? That's our uncursing machine. Gotta get the curse off that hat, right? Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense, but, what? Can't we just put the hat in the machine? Why do I need to be involved? Because the machine needs a mind to guide the uncursing process. Together, you'll lift the curse from the hat and transform it into a sort of allegorical dreamscape that the machine can fix. What the fuck you talking about, lady? Sorry, I know it's a lot. Let me rephrase. Ahem. The uncursing machine uses your subconscious mind to drive a wedge between an item and its curse. The item is cleansed relatively easily, but that doesn't negate the curse fully. Once separated from the item, the machine stores the curse and allows you to psychically project into it to try and resolve the metaphorical scenario at the core of its existence. That's where things can get a little weird. Yeah, I know it sounds crackers, but you'll just have to give it a try to understand. ... Nope. Jessica looks up from her work for a minute. Don't forget to uncurse the hat. Best to do it right away. It won't take long, I promise. Returns Serena's paperwork without even waiting for a response. Yeah, no. After she gives you that warning, you can, in fact, go into your room. And you do not want to uncurse this fedora right now. Lots of empty space in here. You should try to acquire a bunch of random crap to clutter it up with. Yes, we will. One thing that I do very much like about this game, especially compared to West of Loathing, you could kind of make your room at the Jewel Saloon yours. But, like, it was basically just a lava lamp, Curly's note, that portrait of you, which is an entirely option. I mean, technically many items are optional, but unless you specifically have Murray's Curiosity and Bean and then Alexandria Bookstore immediately to its right, you won't get that portrait of you. So, but there's a lot of shit you can get in this game to spruce up this room. Let's see what's on TV. It's a television set. You've heard of these. Turn it on. Unfortunately, no shows have been invented. Well, then what the fuck's the point of having a television? It's a shelf for knickknacks and tchotchkes. Take a look. There's an old rag doll on the top shelf. Must have been left by the previous tenant. Walk away from the shelf. A simple writing desk with no chair or pens or paper or anything. You're dead tired, but you shouldn't sleep in these wet clothes. Go unpack your trunk before you go to sleep. I got a bad feeling about unpacking my trunk. Now, okay, One other quick thing. Well, two other quick things. There are 2 reasons not to uncurse the fedora right now. Reason number 1 is, you may have noticed, we haven't even fucking chosen a player class yet. Which is still a thing in this game, I promise. If you uncurse the fedora right now, the hat's bonus will be randomized between +1 muscle, +1 moxie, or +1 mysticality. Because you don't have a player class that you have chosen. If you choose a player class and then uncurse the fedora, then you will be guaranteed to have a +1 to the stat that you actually give a shit about. +1 muscle for the pig skinner, +1 moxie for the jazz agent, and +1 mysticality for the cheese wizard. There's a second reason why you don't want to uncurse the fedora now, which I'll get to when it becomes relevant. Anyway, finally, time to get unpacked and get some sleep. Open the trunk. What the fuck? You stamp out the flames, but it's a total loss. Everything you own has been reduced to ash. Everything? Everything except, bizarrely, the stamp from Murray's letter. You got an item stamped from Murray's letter. The stamp from the letter Murray wrote you was the only survivor of your luggage inferno. It's got a picture of a cute dog on it. Weirdly, it isn't even charred. Examine. Curious. The postmark says 18 April 1906, even though Jessica said she mailed the letter only a couple of weeks ago. Huh. Well, alright. You're so tired you can't even work the doorknob, it's time to sleep. But that's another date for us to go look stuff up when we at the newspaper shop, or at the newspaper place, once we do that. But for right now, you are very ready for this day to be over. Go to sleep. Huh. Fascinating. A dream about school. These dorm beds are so uncomfortable. It's a poster of my favorite literary ghost, Jacob Marley. Can't interact with the desk at all. You're dreaming, so it probably isn't safe to look too closely at your character sheet right now, okay? What about my inventory? The only way to interact with your inventory during a dream is if you had convinced Freddy to hold it for you at the exact moment you went to sleep. I did that, though! No, you didn't. I did! I asked Freddy to hold all of my stuff, and he said yes. You don't even know Freddy. Fine, you caught me. What the? Lots of people in this hallway, it seems. Okay. Yeah, this person's changing a lot of faces. 6 lockers. Investigate. Check the first one, check the second one, the third one, the fourth one, the fifth one, the sixth one. Check the 7th one. There isn't a 7th one. I said check the 7th one. I said there are only 6 lockers. Check the 7th locker now. Okay, jeez. You look in the 7th locker. It's filled with old school papers. With the papers. They've all got your name on them. They're your papers. Read one. How I Spent My Summer by Margaret Eckleburg, age 6. This summer I visited my Uncle Murray. Uncle Murray is funny. He knows magic. I had a fun time with Uncle Murray. The end. Look under the papers. Underneath the pile of school papers you find, ugh, you got an item, overdue library book. Alright, but let's actually check the rest of these lockers then. Check the first one. You open the first locker to reveal a thriving colony of ants. Check the second one. Second locker is full of peanut butter. Check the third one. Third locker contains a tiny shrine to Babe Ruth. Check the fourth one. fourth locker is empty. Check the fifth one. Fifth locker is filled with cookbooks, but they're all in French. Oh, it must be Armstrong's locker. Check the sixth one. Sixth locker opens into a vast, uncaring emptiness of space. You slam it shut quickly so as not to suffocate. Okay. Hello. Hello. How's it going? Do you know which locker is mine? I can't remember which locker is mine. Sorry, I don't know. It's alright, we'll figure it out eventually. Oh, hey. Interesting. Nice faces you've got there. So this is the first thing that I can do as an agent of chaos. The sparrow flies at noon. Alright. Apparently that didn't do anything, but let's say I know which one of is yours. It's the seventh one. Ah, that's right, that's my locker. Me, Margaret Eckleburg. Thank you. You're welcome? Oh, hey. But which one is the real you? Hint, it's neither. Very true. Because this is a dream. And you see here this cat. It's Margaret, the cat from the gas station. Funny coincidence how you two just happen to have the same name. Pet her. You give Margaret a good scritch. You get, in effect, Margaret's boon. This will only happen if you interact with that cat all 4 times in the Ocean City outskirts. And again, to do so, you must fish in Chekhov's toilet and get those old whatever shorts, old fishing shorts. You have to equip those old fishing shorts, and then the cat will appear in the back by Chekhov's bar. Then you go, relatively close to the shoot crow. Then you go find it behind the tree close to that heart that Howie carved. Then you go find it on the other side of the barn in Chekhov's backyard. Then you go find it in the gas station office. And it will always have the same name as you. And Margaret's boon is actually really fucking good. Our founder, Branworth Gorvunculus III. Alright. There's nothing behind that door yet. Sure there isn't. Ah, the abyss. You could gaze into it for days. Without even touching it, you know that this door can't yet be opened. Maybe that nice lady you passed can help you. Probably not. Almost certainly not. But sure, let's talk to her. This lady looks friendly. Talk to her. Hello there, you must be... She flips through the book on her desk. Ah, here we are. Eckleburg. Margaret Eckleburg. Say it, don't spray it. I'm your academic advisor. It's time for you to choose your class. But I dropped out. In real life, certainly. You must, however, choose a class. Oh, I get it. This is where I pick a character class. Now then, it looks like there are 3 classes for you to choose from. There's Advanced Kicking and Throwing. This class is for pig skinners. Then we have Overview of Curd Conjuring. This is a class for cheese wizards. And finally, Weird Time Signatures 504. This course is for jazz agents. As accomplished athletes, pig skinners use their muscle to solve problems. In combat, they prefer the direct application of physical force, punctuated by giving the occasional noogie. On second thought, As trained chef magi, cheese wizards use their intellect and mysticality to accomplish their goals. In combat, they wield hard elemental cheeses to damage their foes and soft, soothing cheeses to heal themselves and their allies. Masters of syncopation and improvisation, jazz agents use their rhythm and moxie to move through the world in style. In combat, they attack with subtlety, weakening their enemies and stacking the odds in their favor over time. Had to get all of the class descriptions out there, but I played as a jazz agent, I played as a pig skinner. Let's try the cheese wizard. I've decided when I do these playthroughs on my channel, it's going to be as whatever the food magi is, because it's funny. I love it. I'm a cheese wizard. You're a cheese wizard, Margaret. That's a reference to Harry Potter. You're a wizard, Harry. Brilliant. Now then, there's just the matter of the minor matter of your minor. Looks like you've already completed it, but it doesn't say what you studied. Minored in cryptobiology, applied insectology, or the psychology of rocks. Basically, this dictates where you do for... Now, it doesn't dictate the items that you get from foraging. Nearest I can tell, you get the same items when you're foraging, no matter where you forage from. But it dictates where you get to forage from, and it gives you certain... It gives you interaction with certain locations that you wouldn't necessarily get otherwise. Because I'm sure there will be little goblins around at some point during this stream, I'm going to say that I minored in the psychology of rocks. Ah, a psychogeologist, so you know a lot about rocks and gems and their hopes and dreams. I'll get the descriptions here too. Cryptobotany. Cryptobotanists are an expert in all manners of plant-based arcana. And applied insectology is you're an expert on bugs and you're an expert on the bugs and the birds and the bees and such. Yes, except for the birds part. No, let me see my other options again. Minored in the psychology of rocks. Absolutely. You got a perk, psychogeologist. Well, with that, I believe we're done. Feel free to wake up and go about your day. Or, how would I go about doing that? She smiles and points at the door of the right side of the screen. I mean, right side of the dream. Just through that door. Well, thank you. But there was nothing there before. Anyway, I can't go look at that perk now. Branworth Gorvunculus III. Scritching Margaret another time won't give you a second boon or increase the boon that she gives you, but always scritch the kitty. Anyway, now this door is open and, well, that looks weird, but the nice lady at the desk says this doorway leads back to your waking life. Sure it does. Oh no, it was a trap. Your room. You awake feeling surprisingly refreshed. Yesterday's adventures leaving you none worse for wear. Your effects reset every day. So, if we take a look at my character sheet, I've still got my strong back, quick wit, and fashion sense, but my effects are gone, other than Margaret's boon. Margaret's boon is +1 muscle, +1 mysticality, +1 moxie. So +1 to every M stat. As far as perks go, you'll see that I'm now a psychogeologist, gather crafting ingredients from rocks. And then basic skills have also changed. So now I've got Bewitch, which is confuse people with magic. Swiss Cunning, which is 75 XP, plus 1 Moxie, plus 1 to magical weapon attacks. Your mind swirls with the forbidden magics of Alpine Dairies. Bewitches anyone can lie, but if you want to be really good at it, you need a little magic. Blue Brilliance costs 50 XP, plus 1 Mysticality, plus 1 max AP. Chunks of Arcane Wisdom dot your mind like chunks of mold in an aged cheese. Subcutaneous Gouda, plus 1 muscle, plus 3 hot armor. A thick layer of cheese under your skin insulates you from heat, while also making you look more muscular. Fingers of Fontina, 150 XP, costs 150 XP, plus 1 muscle, plus 2 to magical weapon attacks. Your fingers are stronger and less spindly than those of the average wizard. Mind over Muenster, plus 1 Mysticality, plus 5 max HP. A lot of dealing with injuries is just being smart enough to convince yourself that the injury never happened. Gorgonzola's Guile. You don't get to be as old as a wheel of fine-aged Gorgonzola without learning a few things. Plus 1 Moxie, plus 5 XP from fights, which is not bad. Then you have Percorino Bravado, plus 1 muscle, constantly damage enemies. Interesting. You radiate both strength and an ever-present powerful cloud of cheese smell. Ooh, fun. Wisdom of Jarlsberg, plus 1 Mysticality, plus 3 to magical weapon attacks. The deeds of the great wizards of yore have echoed through the ages and are now bouncing around in your skull. Limburger Limberness. Your joints are lubricated with the finest of cheese oils, plus 1 Moxie, plus 1 max AP. You'll notice, by the way, that the plus 1 Mysticality skills cost less than the other skills, right? So it's 75, 150, 200 for muscle, 75, 150, 200 for the Moxie, but it's 50, 100, 150 for the Mysticality, because it's easier for you to level up your Mysticality as a wizard. So those 9 plus Bewitch come from the fact that I am a cheese wizard. The Pig Skinner, instead of having Bewitch, has Brag. And I'm trying to remember what the Jazz Agent has. Is it... I don't think it's Bamboozle. It might be Bamboozle. But it's basically the equivalent of your Intimidating, Outfoxing, and Hornswaggling. And it's usually going to be some combination of this plus your main M stat that's going to get shit done relatively easily. Anyway, the bottom 2 on the right come specifically from your minor. So, Stony Heart, I think that their effects are the same. It's just that the flavor is different, right? So you've got Stony Heart. You can relate to rocks both on an emotional level and on a being difficult to break in half level. Plus 5 XP from gathering, plus 3 physical armor. Okay, I think that the main effect, right? Plus 1 or plus 5 XP from gathering is the same, and then maybe the other ones are different. Like the secondary effect is not always plus 3 physical armor, and then Lapidary Empathy, 2 times material from gathering. That's the same, I'm pretty sure, for all of the bottom right skills. You know how to really get to the bottom of a rock. 2 times material from gathering. So that's your skills now that you've chosen a player class. Everything you own has been reduced to ash. Well, that sucks. Anyway, out we go. Morning, Margaret. How'd you sleep? Wait, why are you still wearing those wet clothes? All my other clothes burned up in a freak luggage fire. Ah, geez, that's weird and unfortunate. You seem less surprised by it than I would expect. Well, we've kind of gotten accustomed to weird and unfortunate stuff happening around here. You could pick out some clothes from the shop out front, if you don't mind looking like someone's dusty old grandma. I'll be alright, thanks anyway. Well, once you've got the sleep out of your eyes, I've got another mission for you. Another cursed thing? Yeah, I've had my eye on it for a while, but it keeps moving around. Mostly the readings put it at the local speakeasy at the back of an alley at the other end of the block. The artifact isn't there right now, but that's where I'd start looking. Maybe you can pick up some clues? Okay, what am I looking for? It appears to be a watch of some kind. A pocket watch or maybe a wristwatch, I can't be certain. A watch in the speakeasy in the alley. Got it. Anything else? You'll need the password for the speakeasy. It's Fiddlesticks. Also, let me give you this to-do list. It's enchanted to always show whatever's written on the chalkboard here. You got an item to-do list. Pretty neat trick. Here's some meat for expenses, too. The army surplus next door should have anything you need in case things get rough. 100 meat. That's ominous, but thanks. Still no messages, and I don't think Charles can help me with anything. Hey, good to see you. We've had quite a morning already. See that bookshelf over there? Just bought it. It's a real rare find, Margaret. Came from a 17th century cargo ship, the Mustflower. Wow, that's quite a provenance for a bookshelf. Yeah, it was the ship's wheel. Captain brought the Mustflower out of dock, couldn't steer, drove into a starfish, whole thing sank instantly. Anyways, anything I can help you with? Nope. And yeah, there's now a bookcase here. Shelf full of books, investigate. You take a look at the recent bookcase acquisition. Charles just can't resist an antique bookshelf man and his amazing deals. Wow, I can't believe I slept through an antique bookshelf man. All the books are in Latin. Never learned Latin myself, so who knows if it's the history of the Roman Empire we got there or pornography. Could be both. You know any Latin, Margaret? Oui, only pig. I don't know any Latin. Only pig. Oh yeah? So what's the Latin word for pig? No, I mean pig Latin. Latin word for pig is pig Latin. Fascinating language. Check the books. You select a random book from the Latin language collection. Lorem ipsum dolor sit emet appears to be about graphic design in the Holy Roman Empire. Hard to imagine that knowledge becoming relevant to your quest, but hey, now you know where to find it. But what's this? Got an item. Cheeses I have smelt. How'd that slip in there? Better take it. Clearly too modern to have any resale value in an antique store anyway. Magna. So yeah, in this bookshelf, collection of Latin literature in an antique store, these things sell like hotcakes, or Calidum crustula. You will find a book for whatever player class you selected there. By the way, we also do have that overdue library book. You checked this book out 13 years ago and have spent the last 12 years and 50 weeks feeling slightly guilty about not returning it. Read. You didn't feel like reading it when you were in grade school, you don't feel like reading it now. Okay then, smarty pants. One woman's tale of her travels and the many terrible cheeses she encountered on them. Grants a combat skill, Queso Fustalento, deals 5 stench damage. Excellent! You read the author's account of the world's worst-smelling cheeses. It inspires you to feats of great stench. There's an epilogue, but due to a misprint, it's really, really small typeface. You could read it, but it's going to take some effort. If you do Queso Fustalento, you'll deal 2 additional stench damage. So you'll see that you require 100 XP to do this. So in this case, right, you've only got that list of skills on your skills sheet, right? So you've only got these basic skills. That's it. After that, your XP will be used for increasing your combat skills or other purposes, right? It'll be used for reading material in books and getting more information from them. But alright. I think we've done everything we can do here. There's a chess set on this table. See if anyone wants to play. Anyone want to play chess? Not me, never learned. Jessica, sure. Sit down to play. Sit down and Jessica sits opposite you. I'll play white. Jessica moves a knight and captures one of your pawns. How do you respond? Develop one of my knights, withdraw a pawn. Skewer a bishop! Jessica chuckles. Crap. Jessica moves a queen. What's your play? Develop one of your bishops. Reposition a knight. Fianchetto a knight! Jessica grins. Shoot! Jessica moves a bishop. How do you respond? Advance one of your pawns. Withdraw a king. Fianchetto a king. By the way, if you had various armors, you'd be able to do hilarious stuff. You can't win right now, though. Jessica chuckles. Dang it! Checkmate. Well played, Jessica. Leave the table. I don't want to sit in that. By the way, Calliope, sitting there on her towel, still won't let you pet her. That door still goes to nowhere. And we have officially begun Chapter 1, Welcome to Ocean City. Let's see if Cola War surplus. Well, before we do that, I would like to point out that I can no longer die due to cars. I would like to point this out. Oh, there we go. I was going to say I would like to point this out, but there's no cars coming along on the roads. But yeah, no. That's just an opening screen kind of thing. No matter where I am in the road, the car won't hit. I can literally walk right through the car and it won't kill me. But you'll see here, by the way, Gus is no longer here. So if you didn't talk to him during the prologue, he wouldn't be there anymore and you'd have missed him. Let's check out Cola War surplus. Dangling bags for army stuff. You'd think this is a lot of ordnance for a civilian shelf. You'd think there'd be a law against this kind of thing. Dozens of nearly identical books about nearly identical rifles. Brilliant! Proprietor stands behind a counter. Also, dubious grenades sounds fun. Introduce myself. Hi there, my name is Margaret. Hello there, fellow war enthusiast. I'm Herschel. Herschel Wood. Oh yeah, sure. War's okay. Herschel's expression doesn't change. Can I interest you in any fine historical memorabilia? Ask about the dubious grenades? What's the story with those grenades? Oh, they're, probably fine. Why doesn't the box say fine grenades then? He looks at the grenades, then looks at you. Hey, how'd you like to do some field research? Sure, why the fuck not? He hands you a bunch of grenades. You got an item. Dubious Cola War grenade. 6. Just try them out next time you get in a fight. And when you're all done, come back and let me know how it went. Okay, see what's for sale. You got a Cola War gas mask plus 2 stench armor. Cola War haversack as an so that's obviously a hat. Cola War haversack, which is an accessory. Made a few critical advancements in gas mask technology since the Cola Wars, but these old-style ones have the advantage of being slightly cheaper. The reason they call it a haversack is because it helps you have things, plus 20% to item drops. Cola War helmet, a simple helmet from a complicated time, plus 1 physical armor. Cola War's ration cigarettes. Can you believe they used to issue cigarettes to soldiers? And they still do, and probably will for like 50 more years. Bad for you despite what the radio advertisements say. Corroded cavalry saber. Since swords are largely decorative in modern warfare, you'd think they'd make them out of better materials. It's a melee weapon, deals your muscle plus 2 physical damage, so, you know, that's better than the weapons that we got from the prologue. Dented Bugle, it's a ranged weapon. It's like they say, a broken bugle still plays, I don't know how to pronounce that, twice a day. Moxie +2 physical damage. Expired Seltzer. This can of seltzer is on the verge of exploding. Put out everybody on your side of combat who is on fire. Then you'll have a book that is for your particular player class. So in this case, it's Field Manual CW 401 Culinary Tactics. This Cola Wars era manual ensured that even the soldiers whose entire job it was to feed people were still able to inflict casualties. Grants a combat skill, Parmesan Missile. 3 physical damage and reduce Moxie by 3. Government-issued sardines, 15 meat. So the expiration date on these has been scraped off, probably because it's so far in the future that people would be too distracted by the idea of flying cars to actually eat the sardines. Smelling salts. A vial of smelling salts left over from the Cola Wars. Recovers 1 AP. Surplus Cola Wars grenade, a standard issue blue cola grenade. Just shake it and throw it. Deals 10 damage to 1 enemy. And here's your melee weapon if you're a cheese wizard. The Trench Spork. These were issued to Cola War soldiers who didn't deserve a decent spoon or a decent fork. But I'm just going to go with the field manual. And I don't have the meat for the Trench Spork. I don't want the meat for the Trench Spork. Parmesan Missile is what I want. Read. Read the book and learn an efficient, battle-tested method for hurting people with cheese. You've got a skill, Parmesan Missile. Some notes scribbled in the margin by some former owner of the book. They're messy, but you could read them if you put some effort in. If you do, Parmesan Missile will deal. Yeah, but I don't have that. So you do keep these books until you actually read the other effects that they have. Oops. Silent cheese, deadly cheese is queso fustalento. The harder the cheese, the more damaging the projectile. Excellent. Alright. But if we go here, there was a date on that postage stamp. I don't remember. I think it was 1906. Yes, April 18th, 1906. You find something interesting. Frisco Frights. This morning at 5:12 Pacific Standard Time, the city of Frisco was rocked by a massive earthquake, the magnitude of which science has not yet agreed upon a method of measuring. The initial death toll is estimated at as many as 500, though that number will certainly increase due to the fires currently raging across the city. There have also been strange scattered reports from witnesses who claim to have observed unusual phenomena such as beams of black light, subsonic laughter, and soul-rendering nightmares, though our editors wish to point out that Frisconians are known for their fondness of psychedelic intoxicants. You're really starting to enjoy doing this kind of research. Got a perk? Newshound. Well, that's ominous. Newshound. You gain extra XP for learning new things from the newspaper archive. You've got a nose for old news, and you're always sniffing. So instead of getting 5 XP for that, you'll get 10 XP for that. So keep that in mind as we encounter more random dates. Securibus. It's daylight. In the daylight, it's clear that this bank has been closed for some time. The door to this bank is fastened with 3 locks. That is the maximum possible level of security. But what about 4 locks? In 1928, 4-lock systems are still dismissed as unachievable liberal fantasy. Look under the welcome mat. Not a bad idea, but if you're going to lift the welcome mat, you need to know what you're looking for first. Do I? How much stuff can be under a welcome mat? Just a key to the bank's front door, as it turns out. The security at this place is inconsistent. Got an item, bank key. Use the key. The door's locks are modeled on the monstrous mugs of the giant great hound Cerberus, the three-headed guardian of the underworld's banking sector. Each of the three heads has a name: Phylax, Methapon, and Sneaky Pete, and a keyhole deep in its maw. Unlock Phylax. The head of Phylax lets the key inside easily enough, but offers up incredible resistance when you try to turn it. Hercules would have to use up all 12 labors just to get this thing going. I see. Requires 7 muscle. Unlock Methapon. The key fits in the hole all right, but it's a labyrinth in the cylinder. You turn and turn, and hear click after click, but nothing results. 6 mysticality for that one. Sneaky Pete. That's strange. The key turns over and over in the lock, but nothing happens. Something sneaky about this Pete, all right. 8 moxie. Leave the door alone. Probably shouldn't wander around town without any idea of where you're going. Yeah, that makes sense. There's only one place I know how to go, or where to go, and this is the alley where Jessica said the speakeasy was. Check it out. You weave between various trash cans and piles of uncanned trash until you reach a serious-looking door. Knock. A little panel slides open near the top of the door, and narrowed eyes regard you through it. Password? Fishy drinks? No. The little window slams shut. Rats knock again. Password? Flippy tricks? No. Fingertips? No! 50 snacks? No! Flappy back? No! Fiddlesticks? I guess. Come on in, but you better not be a pro-he. I'm not Scout's Honor. I don't even know what a pro-he is. I'm not. I know what a pro-he is. Speak easy, friend. Well, this place looks fun. Sky loves hitting those spoons together. Milky-eyed sot. Talk to him. Ooh! He turns his head towards you and smiles. Stare at him and grin. Agent of Chaos. Interesting. You grin at him with eyes so wild, even a blind man could clearly see the crazy in him. He grins back. After a few moments and a few sips, he clears his throat and speaks. The lake is deep enough to drown dreams, but not the sins of the grandfather. Fascinating! Oh, hey. Wait, aren't those the fishmen from the Watchful Eye basement? You're so used to not thinking about where things go once you put them in a tube. Say hello. Hey, remember me from the tube? Beat it, hon. We're off the clock. Oh, I didn't realize you could talk. I can talk about anything you like. Dickens, Flaubert, the Brontes. Well, what can you tell me about Dickens? I think his books are too long. What can you tell me about Flaubert? I think his books are too long. What can you tell me about the Brontes? I think their books are too long. What books are the right length? None. Okay, this was helpful. Enjoy your drinks. You don't seem to want to be disturbed, and you already sent them through the pneumatic tube once. Fun! We've already seen him. Yeah, he kind of follows you across the bar. This guy doesn't seem to care about anything except the bass line. This lady seems to be dancing to a different song than other people. This guy seems to be this guy has been infected with the Charleston fever. The player piano trills a tune. This lady is making ethereal music with the spirit-filled glasses. It's weirdly responsible of this illegal poison dispensary to have a first aid kit. See what's in there. Gauze pad and activated charcoal briquette. Oops. So to do, ask the speakeasy about the watch, uncurse the fedora side quests, test out the dubious grenades the Cola War guy got. What else we got? Other notes and information. Nothing yet, huh? So those items, right? The activated charcoal briquette, all of the curative powers of activated charcoal now in a convenient pillow shape, restores 5 HP and cures poison. Gauze pad restores 5 HP and removes bleeding. The best aid is off of the first one. Oh, actually, bank key. Kerberos Building and Loan kept a spare key under the front doormat. That might have something to do with why the bank is out of business. Huh. These weird symbols are in a lot of places. These people are obviously on a first date and you shouldn't bother them. Well, that's fine. Door here. Won't budge, must be barred shut from the other side, possibly by a brick wall. Always good when brick walls are hanging around. Anyway. Oop, I took a seat. The spittoon has been placed at a rather challenging height. Maybe you can ask about the bartender about it some other time. A spittoon. I remember what those did in West of Loathing. The man behind the bar is shaking up a storm. Talk to him. He looks up as you approach, but doesn't stop shaking. Hello, he grins. Hello, baby. Welcome to Oliver's place. My name's Margaret. Whatever you say, baby. Are you Oliver? Oh, heck no. I'm Fancy Dan, the cocktail man. Pleased to meet you, Dan. Hey, do you happen to know what time it is? Perhaps because you have a watch on you? Sorry, baby. The only one around here who carries a pocket watch is the owner, Oliver Gluck, and he left about an hour ago to pick up our latest shipment of hooch. From who? From whom, baby? Before I was Fancy Dan, the cocktail man, I was Fancy Dan, the English teacher. Sorry, from whom? From the mob guys we always get it from. Where is the handoff? Whence is the hooch coming? Whither went Oliver? Fancy Dan smiles. The old refrigerator factory. I see. How do I get there? Dan grabs a cocktail napkin and hands it to you. Thanks? Oh, the wrong napkin. Here. He takes the napkin back and grabs a different one with a couple of icons scrawled on it. Take the napkin? Napkin? You got an item. Ocean City napkin map. As you take the napkin, Dan points at one of the icons on it. We're here behind Murray's store on Plunkett Street. So if you go out of the alley and then head straight for the edge of the napkin, you can't possibly miss the factory. Location unlocked Plunkett Street. Location unlocked Fridge Factory. You now have a map of the area. You can open it by hitting the map button on your controller. Thank you, Dan. Don't mention it, baby. Want a drink for the road? First one's on the house. Sure. What do you have to drink around here? Beer. I'll have a beer then. Excellent choice. Keep things simple. Bartender pours you a beer. Bottoms up. You drink the beer. You've had better beer, but you've definitely had worse beer. You gain in effect beer buzz. Leave. So let's take a look-see at that. That is plus 5 max HP, so you'll note that I got 15 HP. I also don't have anything to eat, which is not great. I mean, I've got the, got a couple of things that I could use as potions, but, neither of them are particularly helpful. Alright, back out to Plunkett Street, and with the map button, the Fridge Factory is over there. Now, I could go there and we could progress the story, but in this game, so, okay, definitely tell ya, this game has a fuck-ton better structure to the story than West of Loathing did. And a lot more to the story than West of Loathing did. But there is a lot that you might miss if you don't wander. Like, if you just go for the story, you'll miss a lot of side content. So let's wander around, see what happened. As you're walking, Gabby strikes up conversation. So, you are new in Ocean City. Your first time at it. That's right, yeah. What things have you got of it? Well, to be honest with you, it seems a little run down. Yes, Gabby understands you. It was much nicer before an economy happened. Lots of people, very excitement. Oh! Have you seen the boardwalk yet? It is like a cat wearing pajamas. What? It has games there, and a future teller. Well, that does sound like a cat wearing pajamas. Ocean City Boardwalk. Let's go check that out. That is a good place to go. You're not sure if the lamppost is holding up the hobo or vice versa. Let's talk to her. Hi there, I'm Margaret. Well, hey there. Pleased to meet you, Margaret. I'm Dusty. What's up, Dusty? Oh, nothing much. Just hanging around. I was gonna run a 3-card Monty down here on the boardwalk, but that didn't pan out. Why not? Well, there's a fellow already running a game down the way, and I prefer not to step on his toes. Just as a matter of professional courtesy, you see. I see. Also, because carnies get real scary about that kind of thing. I ain't looking to be murdered anytime soon. Any way I can help? Well, that's real kind of you. I was thinking of looking for a different corner. Can you spare a nickel for a cup of joe to get my feet moving? Sure, give her the meat. Lose 5 meat. Thanks, lady. You're a real good egg. She gives you a jaunty wave and wanders off. All right, then. I have 10 meat. This is not going very well for me, but you know what? I'm skipping over the fortune teller tent. Tony Fiasco hat photography. This sounds like it's going to be a real fiasco, but let's go inside. As you enter, the photographer, who is busily adjusting a complicated-looking camera on a tripod, gestures to a nearby wastebasket without looking around. If it's more bills, there's my inbox. Hello? Oh, you ain't the... Jump it, you Josephants! Baby, where have you been all my life? Excuse me? That face! That's exactly the face I've been looking for. It's perfect. Thanks, I've grown rather attached to it myself. Hey, you're funny too? Baby, I love you. You're incredible. Listen, do you know who I am? Sign on your roof said Tony Fiasco hat photographer. That's right, baby. That's exactly right. And soon, I'm going to be the biggest hat photographer in the city. No, the country. No, the world. But there's something I need first. A face? A portfolio. And you know what I need before I got a portfolio? A face. Your face, baby. Well, Don't say no. Don't you dare say no, baby. Listen, it's easy. All you gotta do is stroll in here wearing a hat. All I gotta do is take a photograph of that hat. And we're both gonna be rich. Rich? Rich! Me with my portfolio, and you with the 30 meat I'm gonna pay you for every picture. Huh. Well, gotta be different hats, though. Gotta be a different hat every time. I can't pay you nothing for the same hat twice, got it? Alright, how about this hat? Oh, I do not like that hat at all. Maybe it'll look better in the picture. Click. Nope, I still don't like it. A deal's a deal, though. Here's your meat. 30 meat. So this is why you don't want to uncurse the fedora. Well, it's the second reason why you don't want to uncurse the fedora that very night, because otherwise you're not going to get a picture of it for 30 meat. Grouchy-looking guy standing under the shade of this tiny building leaves. Talk to me, glares at you silently. Well, screw you too, buddy. Game of skills test your everything, all right? Let's talk to the attendant. Step right up, test your strength and your agility and your intellect. Every winner gets a prize. You there, miss. Care to face the challenge of a lifetime? Only 10 meat. What's the challenge? I like to start newcomers off with something relatively easy. All you have to do is guess my age, throw a dart to pop a balloon, and drive a nail into this board with one swing of a hammer. At the same time, that's right, care to try? Yeah, I've got at least 3 in all my stats, and 10 meat. Sure. You aim the dart while winding up your arm for the hammer swing and squinting at the proprietor. Well, you look about 38, but pop, bang! You reek of cigarette smoke, so I'm going to say 34. Nicely done, right on the money. Here's your prize, some fancy new beach shoes. Takes a pair of clogs out from under the counter and hands them to you. Got an item? Crab clogs! Hooray! So let's equip those. These shoes were made at the beach out of materials that were close to hand. Makes you walk like a crab. Equip. The crude map of Ocean City has been hastily scrawled onto a cocktail napkin, and it just shows you that. So, those of you who remember Stupid Walkin' from West of Loathing, which I hope is every single one of you, I love the sound effect that it has with it. This is funny. But the different pairs of shoes that you get in this game will allow you to do different kinds of stupid or funny walks. Anyway, this guy's next test is +5 to all stats, and I don't have that yet. I believe the maximum that you need for this guy is 15 in every stat, and that's difficult. Like in West of Loathing, you just eat a bunch of stuff, and you'll get that. But like West of Loathing had stats that you could easily get over 200. This one, I don't know if you can get a single stat to 20. One of the M stats to 20, just because of how differently food and booze and potions work, right? You're only going to have a maximum of 1 at a time. Anyway, you check here, and you'll see you get cotton candy, you get gauze pad, you get gauze turban, and a tube of sunscreen. But you also get a book, and this book is going to be, again, related to whatever class you have, and it's going to be something about healing, right? So I don't remember what the Jazz Agents one was, but like the Pig Skinners one was like tape up, where you tape up your wounds instead of actually curing them, and that heals you for some HP. I'm not gonna, well, first of all, I don't have the meat for it, but I don't really care about that so much. Here is a fishing spot, so let's do some fishing. Find an empty bag nearby you can use to hold any fish you manage to reel in. Caught a hockey hair mullet. Toss it in your fish sack. Hooray! Those don't act as familiars. A rusty cola can. Disgusting. A crusty ring. Fun. Another fish. It's a grand slammin'. Toss it into the sack. Delicious oyster. Barn trout. A singing lungfish. A brown-nosed pinch loaf. Ew. A halibird. Backseat driver fish. Looks like you caught everything that was here. You can practice your casting technique after that, but you're never gonna actually get anything else. You can visit there once a day. Now, the fortune teller's tent costs 50 meat. You enter the dimly lit tent to see a teenage girl dressed as an old woman sitting at a velvet draped table. Points to a sign on the wall that says tarot readings 50 meat. Complain about the price. 50 meat is a little steep, isn't it? I mean, I could buy 7 and 63 out of 64 gallons of gas for that much. Stares at you and points at the sign again. So, no dicker in here. Wander. An elderly man with thick eyeglasses shuffles up to you with a determined expression. Before you can react, he shoves some meat in your mouth and shouts in your ear, "Operator! Operator! Get my worthless shun on the line!" "Mister, I'm not a payphone." "That's what the last payphone said, and I'm not buying it. Let me just talk to my first slugger's son." Bzz, bzz, bzz. "I'm sorry, sir. The line is busy. Please try again later." "Bah! Probably gambling with one of his floozy girlfriends." Shuffles away angrily. 6 meat's fun. Bleh. You encounter a hobo who is sauntering down the sidewalk with a bindle over his shoulder, whistling a jaunty tune. "Well, hey there, miss. Aren't you Margaret? I'm Paul Allen." Hi. How'd you know my name?" "Oh, we hobos are a tight-knit little community. When someone's been helping us out, word gets around." "Well, that's nice. A little creepy, but nice on balance. Why don't you come visit our camp? We'd be glad to have you. Where is it?" "Well, you just head down 12th Street till you see the lot where the old hardware store used to be, and you take a... You know what? This would be simpler if I just mark it on your map for you." "Yes, please." Takes out a pencil stub and marks a cluster of little boxes on your map. "Come on by any old time. Ocean City Hobo Camp. Unlocked." So if you help out enough hobos, right, so I helped out Howie and Gus and Dusty. I think you had to have helped at least 3 hobos. You'll have access to the hobo camp. Let's go there, because we are not going to the fridge factory. Well-dressed man flags you down. "Excuse me there, my good lass. Might you have a match on your person?" "Nope." "Well, that just won't do. What if you should have cause to set something alight in the future? Here, take one of mine." Man tips his hat to you and scurries off before you can thank him. What a strange exchange. It's Howie, the hobo you met in the boxcar that night. Talk to him. "Hey there, Howie. How's it going?" "Well, hey, if it isn't Margaret. Nice to see you again. Looks like that rumor you heard about a hobo camp turned out to be on the level." "Oh, sure. The old hobo code is pretty trustworthy, as a general rule." "Pretty good on that harmonica, Howie." "Thanks. You want to know my secret?" "Sure. Have only one hobby and all the time in the world to practice it." Ha! Ha ha! Leave. This is as cozy and inviting as it's possible for a barrel of burning garbage to be. Warm your hands. Ah, that's nice. You gain in effect warm hands. So you'll see that's +3 cold armor, which is pretty good. And you can do that daily. This guy is in a state of washboard-induced ecstasy. Talk to him. "Wow, you're really going to town on that washboard." "Yep, I love the fast staccato rhythm it makes. It is pretty good. I bet someday there'll be fancy electrical machines that do it really good. Till then, listen though." Folks call me Washi, by the way. "Hi, Washi, I'm Margaret." "Actually, I've got nothing to ask. Sorry about that." "Hey, no problem here." Shut-eye. Hobo camp shut-eye boxcar. This don't look so good. Probably shouldn't mess around in here. You'll wake people up. Oh yeah. Shh, be very quiet. Yeah, you got a bunch of boxcars hanging around here. You got the grub car. Due to supply chain difficulties, the grub car is currently BYOG. Condiments still available to camp residents. There are ample condiments, but you don't feel right taking any. Fairly true. Yes, I'm not a resident of the camp. Let's talk to this guy. This guy's really jazzing up the place. "Hi there, I'm Margaret." "Howdy, they call me 52 Teeth Thompson, or just 52 for short." "Huh, is that because of the 52 white keys on the piano?" "Nope. Ask about his piano." "Wow, it's lucky that they happened to find a piano for the camp." "Oh, I brought this baby with me." "On foot? How?" "Well, it took a few trips." "Huh, fascinating. Ah, and here is Dusty. This is the hobo lady you met at the boardwalk earlier. She gives you a smile and a thumbs up. Talk to her. Hi there, Dusty, right? That's me, and your name was, Margaret. Got it in one. Great, how you keeping, friend? Oh, no complaints that would make any sense to describe. How you liking the camp? It's real nice. Everyone's real personable, even if most of them are a bit quirky. I'm thinking of getting a poker game together if I can find anyone with a full deck. Ha! Brilliant. See you around. It's Gus, the guy you met in the rain when you arrived at Plunkett Street. Hello, Gus. Well, hello there, Margaret. Hello there. Margaret, I believe it was. That's right. Always pleasure to have another run-in with a friendly acquaintance. It's nice that the rain cleared up. It is nice. I do enjoy the rain, but I also enjoy dry clothing. So you're the kind of guy that's comfortable in any sort of weather, eh? Yes, I do my best. Can't stop a rain cloud by crying, after all. And in fact, when you get right down to it, pretty much anything that happens to a person can be considered weather of a sort. Huh, that's real philosophical. Old Gus says if you can find the pleasure in any circumstance, then you'll never be a sufferer of misfortune. Gosh. Very philosophical guy we got here. And then we've got her. This is a hobo lady you haven't met yet. Talk to her. Well, hello there. Hello there. Well, hello there, dearie. I don't believe we've been introduced. I'm Veronica. Hi, I'm Margaret. Can I offer you a cup of tea? It's homegrown, so to speak. You found tea leaves around here? Just about any leaves can be tea leaves with the right attitude. I'm fine, thank you. I do like your hat, though. Why, thank you. I grew it myself. The flowers, the whole thing. I'm trying to grow some socks as well, but they're much trickier, I can imagine. That guy over there probably doesn't look important. Let's go into cryptography. I don't understand the titles of these books, much less their contents. Well, we haven't seen one of these in ages, whatever it is. One of those notebooks. The one thing these notebooks have in common is that you do not understand any of them. Bewildering array of partially redacted nonsense. This device seems to have music coming out of it. You cannot begin to fathom what this contraption is for. Desktop radio. Ratty old shoebox slouching in the corner. And then this. What is this? It doesn't seem to have a description. Hi, can you explain? A hobo is flipping through a worn book, occasionally stopping to check a strange machine next to him, pencil some notes in the margin. Talk to him. Hi there. Oh, hello, you must be new here. I don't think I've seen you around before. Yeah, my name's Margaret. Pleased to meet you. I'm Letters McCabe. Is there anything I can assist you with? Why do they call you Letters? Oh, I'm an expert in microcryptography, aka hobo code. Are you familiar with it? Nope, what's that? It's a system of pictographic elements that can be written unobtrusively on walls or carved into fence posts, etc. They're traditionally used by hobos to leave messages for other hobos, to mark a house where the occupants are charitable, for instance, or to warn of a vicious guard dog, that sort of thing. I'm working on expanding the system for more general communications purposes. That's pretty interesting. Anything I can assist you with? What's the book you're reading? It's a hobo code manual. I can teach you the basics if you like. Absolutely sounds useful. Spend 10 minutes or so going over the basics of hobo code with letters. Teaches you some of the most common glyphs. If you'd like to know more, just ask any of the hobos you meet. They're honor-bound to assist new learners. That's the hobo code. Got a perk, hobo literacy. Neat, thanks. What's with all the stuff in this room? Stuff is a little overbroad of a topic for conversation. Feel free to point at any of the particular object you want to ask me about, though. I'm always happy to be informative. Excellent. What's this machine you're working on? This is an old naval radio encryptionograph from the Cola Wars. Trying to modify it to work with hobo code. That sounds hard. Yes, it wasn't designed to handle a pictographic writing system, that's for certain. But if I can get it to work, it should be very secure. Interesting. Hey, Letters, what's this contraption? That's just a radio. What are all these books? Manuals for various types of codes and ciphers. Vigenere, Buford treatises on several variations of columnar transposition, the classic Mormon jigsaw, German mix-up code, and so on. Interesting. There's a few books on old pictographic languages in there, too. Fascinating stuff. Well, it's all Greek to me. Say, Letters, what's with this poster? Those are some general-purpose hobo code glyphs I'm working on. A bunch of them that are blacked out, though. Yes, well, they're still experimental, so I decided it's wise to take some precautions. Ask Letters about these notebooks. You've got a lot of notebooks here, Letters. Yes, all my notes on the hobo code. More notes on codes and languages in general, as well as my studies on radio telemetry, telegraphy, and telephony. I think my aunt's recipe book is in there somewhere, too. Did you write all these in code? I can't make out a single word. No, that's just my handwriting. I get it! I really get it. Hey, Letters, what's this thing? That's a teletype machine that we salvaged when they shut down one of the local post office branches for cutbacks. We patched into the local telegraph network so you can communicate with some of the other hobo communities. This is some heavy-duty equipment. Between this and the naval cipher thing, this is some heavy-duty equipment you've got here. Yes, well, I'm not at liberty to discuss it in detail, you understand. But secure lines of communication are going to be quite important if Johnny's plans are to come to fruition. Well, now I'm intrigued. Sorry, but you'll have to talk to him about it yourself. Okay then. A desktop radio. Hey, Letters, what's the deal with this? It's a ham radio. What's it for? Listening to stuff about ham. Gotcha, that's not kosher, so not gonna use it. Hey, Letters, what's in this old shoebox? Old shoes, you're welcome to them. Take them. You try to pick up the box, but can merely lift it. Jeez, what kind of shoes are these? Oh, hand-me-down boots. They've been passed from hobo to hobo for generations. Probably about 50 pounds of metal reinforcement on them by now. Heavy boots. Wow. All right. So I have hobo literacy. You are a level 1 student of the hobo alphabet. Understand some hobo glyphs. Take a look at my new shoes. These boots have been reinforced without regard to ergonomics. And the sound effect for these is rather loud clunking. So, now that I have talked to Letters, I can now talk to all of these fine people. And I can ask them, can you teach me some hobo code? Aha! You're a student of letters and of letters. I'll be glad to help. He searches his pocket for a dry piece of paper, but can't find any, so he scratches some glyphs into the dirt with a stick. Hobo code knowledge increased. Thanks. Got any hobo code tips to share? Oh, Letters gave you the lowdown on the code, eh? Sure, I can teach you a character or two. She pulls an old copy of the racing form out of her pocket and scribbles some glyphs in the margin with a pencil. Excellent! Hey there, Howie. Speaking of hobo code, can you teach me any? Old Letters is teaching you the lingo, eh? Well, sure, I still owe you one for dealing with that railroad bull now that I think of it. Hunker down here and I'll show you what I know. Pulls out a battered notepad and a pencil stub and explains some hobo glyphs to you. Excellent! Ask about hobo code. Do you know any hobo code you could teach me? Sure, I know the word washboard and some words that kind of describe the sounds a washboard makes, but they aren't really useful as actual words. Teaches them to you anyway. Thanks, hobo code knowledge increases. And then 52 in the grub. Ask about hobo code. Do you know any hobo code you could teach me? Sure thing. This one here means arpeggio. These two pointy ones are crescendo and decrescendo, and this one here is a treble clef. Thanks, I suppose. And then you got Veronica. Can you teach me any hobo code? Certainly, dear. In fact, I think I still have my notes from when I was learning it myself. She rifles through her handbag for a moment and hands you an old sheet of notebook paper with some squiggly glyphs written on it. Hobo code knowledge increased. Thanks. All right, fella. This hobo is wearing a handmade tinfoil crown. Talk to him. Hello there, you must be the Hobo King. The crown gave it away, I presume? Yep. Well, you are absolutely correct. I am the Hobo King, though to foster a more familiar air, I permit my subjects to call me Johnny. Nice to meet you, Johnny. I'm Margaret. I've got a... what can I do for you, Margaret? I've got a question. Where are you from? Hoboken. Of course you are. Letter said you're working on some kind of secret plan? Oh, he did. He wouldn't say what it was, though. Certainly not. That information is mine alone to divulge. So, will you divulge? You are practically a stranger here. I apologize, but I cannot jeopardize operational security. Fully understandable, sir. We'll talk about it more later. Can you at least teach me some hobo code? Uh-oh. Yes, according to Hobo Code, I am of course obliged to assist, but first let me test you. Convince me of your worthiness and I will grant you a boon. I don't want to use the cursed fedora. But I think I should have enough XP. No, I've only got 30 unspent XP. I'll come back to that. But, with little to no difficulty, we find ourselves already a level 7 student of hoboglyphs. And I've seen a couple of places where there are hoboglyphs on Plunkett Street. Uh-oh. On your way to where you're going, you happen to notice a guy across the street. In particular, you notice he's sitting on top of a mailbox. Notices you too and extends his hand towards you for a handshake. You call out across the traffic. Hi. You realize I'm about 30 feet away, right? Yeah, but I can't leave this mailbox. Sometimes I regret my curious nature, but I guess I'll ask anyway. Why can't you leave the mailbox? Come on over and I'll tell you. Walk on over and talk to him! There's a mailbox here with a guy sitting on top of it. Talk to him. Guy reaches down from his perch to shake your hand. Hi, I'm Marvin. Hi, Marvin, I'm Margaret. What are you doing up there? A stunt. The stunt? Doesn't seem particularly stunty. You're just sitting there. Yeah, but I've been sitting here for, he looks at his watch, 7 months, 15 days, 9 hours, and 41 minutes. Why? Why? It's a stunt. Okay, but are you protesting something or trying to attract attention to some kind of cause? Nope. Do you have money riding on this? Is it for a bet or a contest? Nope. ... I feel like you don't really get the concept of a stunt. I guess not. Say, would you mind helping me out with something? Sure, what's up? I've mainly been eating snackle cakes while I've been up here and I'm out. Can you go grab some more for me? Snackle cakes? Ugh, are you serious? I'll admit they're an acquired taste. And I guess nobody other than you wanted to acquire the taste of powdered milk mixed with sawdust with the nail still in it, because Snackle Mills went out of business years ago. Yeah, but the shelf life on those things is incredible. It's what makes them so good for stunt rations. I got my supply from Hiram's Grocery down the street. Would you go pick me up some more? Location unlocked, Hiram's Grocery. Yeah, okay, I'll be right back. Alright, oops. Let me go to Plunkett Street first because we got some hobo code to decipher now. Uh-oh. Oh dear. A fast-talking salesman approaches you and starts his pitch before you can cross the street to avoid him. Say there, would you like to purchase a set of encyclopedias? Hell no! I thought you might say that. Understandable. What if I told you this is no ordinary encyclopedia? Do you think that's something you're likely to tell me? So likely as to be certain. Step a little closer, would you? You would? You take a step towards him. He opens his trench coat to reveal a set of dog-eared paperback books. This is no collection of boring facts. This is an encyclopedia of blue humor. A multi-volume collection of the lewd and lascivious. A trove of truly tasteless treasure. It's a set of books of dirty jokes. Precisely. It's yours for the obscenely low price of 200 meat. This will give you an upgradable sleaze armor perk. I don't have 200 meat, so no. I see you want the book. You just don't want all these people to see you buying it. Sweeps his arm around and gesturing at nobody. All what people? I just don't want it. I'll find you later, somewhere more private. Slowly back away from him. So you will find him again. It's not a one-time thing, which is good. Because basically being able to grant yourself a fuck ton of armor, elemental armor, is useful. Some hobo code on the sidewalk. Translate it with 2 hobo code knowledge. Code reads Sandwich, April 18th, 1858. Huh? What's that all about? Alright, 1858 would be here. April 18th, 1858. You find something interesting. You gain 10 XP. A flattened sandwich has been carefully concealed in the folder for that date. So that's what the code was all about. A pressed ham panini. Oops. I didn't mean to do that, but you eat the panini, which somehow still tastes good after how long it's spent in the filing cabinet. A delicious surprise. I meant to just look at its description. Oh. A ring rendered unidentifiable by a thick layer of ocean crud uncrossed. Got a white-hot ring. You apply fire, on fire, add 1 extra. Okay, do I apply on fire with anything? I don't think I do. No, I don't. So that's a pretty... I mean, it's still the only ring that I've currently got, but... whatever. What effect did that Hoojamajiggets even have? +3 physical armor. Alright, well, whatever. Probably won't be keeping that for the rest of the day, but... it's fine. Everything is fine. There was more hobo code here. 5 hobo code knowledge, but that's fine. Code says grapes under here. You quickly pry up a tile, and sure enough, you got the floor grapes. Excellent. Aged and flattened, take them to Fancy Dan. Oh, hey! Well, let me talk to him and give him the grapes. I found some floor grapes. Floor grapes, eh? Well, when life gives you floor grapes, make some floor wine, baby. This spittoon has been placed at a rather challenging height. Ask Dan about it. Hey, Dan, your spittoon is kind of... inconvenient. Nah, baby! That spittoon isn't for spitting in. That's gone out of style now that mass-produced cigarettes are readily available anyway. Nope, that's a bona fide historical artifact. Wait, really? That's right. Belonged to a famous adventurer from Frisco just before the turn of the century. Really? Who? Well, nobody's exactly sure. A lot of people think it belonged to Muenster Fumperdink. It's a strong theory, because if there's one thing we know about that cat, is that he loved spittoons. But other people say it belonged to a fellow by the last name of Thurnleon, and a whole lot of people claim it belonged to a whole lot of other people. But there's one thing we know for sure about this spittoon. Whosever's it was, they didn't use it for spitting into, they wore it as a hat. What? Ew, gross. Right? They sure got into some weird shit back then. Yeah, no kidding. Alright. For those of you who don't know the adventures of Muenster Fumperdink, that and I believe the Thurnleon reference are specific call-outs to big LPers who played through West of Loathing. I've never heard of Thurnleon or whoever that guy is, but Muenster Fumperdink was Markiplier. That was his playthrough of West of Loathing, which I'm pretty sure he left most things undone, but it's still Markiplier, and Muenster Fumperdink is a fantastic name, so hooray for him. But yeah, no, it would be lovely if this game could recognize data from the other, but like, since it is primarily a PC game and not a Switch game, it's not going to read that information from your previous file or your other game and be able to say, you know, it belonged to Melvin Eastwood and he wore it as a hat. To be fair, I did have the Spittoon hat towards the end of my my final stream. But alright. I think, given what time it is, it's probably about time for me to end things off for the day. We've made some decent progress. We've gotten through the prologue, chose our player class, so we are a cheese wizard par excellence. And made it to Ocean City. Our objective is now to find a cursed pocket watch. Did I gain 10? I did gain 10 XP. So you know what? Last thing I'm going to do before heading out, I want Bewitch. Yes. Confusimating people is always going to come in handy. Always. Okay. So yeah, I think that's going to be where I end things off for today. Next time I do think that I will uncurse this fedora, because I've gotten the picture taken with it as is, and if I want another 30 meat, which I am a little desperate for meat right now, I can presumably take the uncursed fedora. Plus, that'll give me the +1 mysticality, which is going to be nice. So yeah, Shadows over Loathing. Fun game. A lot of improvements over West of Loathing in many... Well, I just fell asleep on the street. A lot of improvements over West of Loathing in many ways. Combat, because, again, you can't just basically boost yourself to immortality. Combat, at least in the beginning of the game, is a lot more in-depth. Like, there's actual strategy you need, short of clicking on Great Northern Blizzard and knocking out all your enemies with giant beans, giant cold beans. Anyway, like I said, I'm pretty sure that's going to do it for me for today. If you only caught part of this stream, or if you didn't catch my West of Loathing series, check those out on my YouTube channel over there. I'll be uploading this footage, and all of my other footage that I have previously streamed is up on my YouTube channel already. If you're watching this on YouTube and you want to catch me live on my Twitch channel is over there. I go live Monday evenings and Wednesday evenings at 7:30 p.m. U.S. Central Time. Monday evenings are Ace Attorney 3. Wednesday evenings are, well, Shadows over Loathing starting this week. You can also usually catch me live on the Bulba Garden Twitch channel over there. Normally, I go live once a week there on Sundays at 8:30 a.m. U.S. Central Time. I will not be streaming there this upcoming Sunday, as I will be executing Operation Wife's Birthday. Theoretically, I will be here streaming on my channel next week. If not, it means I did not survive Operation Wife's Birthday, which means I fucked up really badly. I'm hoping to not do that. You can also catch a bunch of other talented streamers on the Bulba Garden Twitch channel, including Dapper Cody, who was the one who raided us this evening, as well as The Caps Fan, whom you can also find on his channel over there, and Dawning Winds, who usually joins me in voice chat, but was feeling a little migraine-y this evening. So you can find her also on her channel, and Caps Fan can also be found on his channel, which I have linked in the in the Twitch chat. Alright, that's going to do it for me for this evening and for this week. I'll hopefully see all of y'all again back here Monday evening for more Ace Attorney 3. We will be starting the final case of that game, Bridge to the Turnabout. Anyway, as always, I am Maniacal Engineer, and I'm never going to give you up, never going to let you down. Thank you all for watching, and God bless this mess.